Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Sunday afternoon, evening. I say that all the time, don't I? Well, at least on Sundays I say that. I don't know. I'm still working on the whole transitions things of how to start. Anyway, welcome. So far in the SandBox, we have Rich P, Soul Life, Atticus among us. Welcome. Really appreciate y'all coming out and making some noise in the SandBox. Or making messages in the SandBox, building castles in the SandBox. You know, whatever people do in sandboxes these days. I don't actually recall seeing too many sandboxes out and about much anymore. Are they still a thing in playgrounds, or is that just something that people might make in their backyard? I don't know. I'm rambling already. Wow. Okay. I'm just kind of waiting for other people to get into this. Hey, there's 56 Nick Rich. Just waiting for people to kind of populate the SandBox and get here. Hello, Pawn Jumpers from No Justice. Really appreciate you coming out. Good timing. I literally just started. Okay, not literally, like a minute ago, literally started. So you haven't missed anything yet. And we have so much to go over today. There's been book bannings here in Canada. There's a parade, a Pride parade was canceled. Lots of stuff to do with what's happening in Gaza and the Canadian connections and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, lots to go over, and you're here just on time. Let's see. Hello, Nonsensical. Hello, Vicky Klee. Yeah. So normally, as I'm just starting and waiting for people to hop into the SandBox, I let my ADHD take over and end up talking about whatever comes to mind. But there's a few things that kind of pop into my brain at the beginning. This is kind of like, you know, the whole warming into the really horrible news. 56 Nick Ridge, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Happy September, folks. I guess it is September somewhere right now. On the other side of the planet, they're in the future. And so it's September there. I wonder how September is going already. That was a thing back in the day. The whole Y2K thing, where people thought the world was going to end because computers didn't know what the date would be. But, you know, when the fireworks for New Year's Eve started going off in like Australia, us over here in Canada, we're like, okay, so we're probably good. For those who were really worried anyway. Hello, Doc Davis and Rachel Atwood and Yori Gibson. Saying, hi, humans, fighting for humanity first. Time to hear. Thanks to No Justice, Helena. Well, thank you, everyone. Oh, there's Aaron Patton. Bad Lefty, La Wild Wes, Chloe Guzman. Wow, so many people just jumping in. This is great. Well, for all you pawn jumpers that don't know yet, because, hi, not only am I a YouTuber, progressive, on the left, I'm also an artist. And I drew someone recently that you all might recognize. Huh? I'm going to show you. This was my first attempt at hyperrealism of a human face. Let's see if you guys can recognize who this is. Boom. Usually helps if I turn off the lights for this, because the glare on the graphite is really a pain in the butt. Ah. There we go. That's better. Sort of. No, kind of. Focus. Focus on the eyeballs. There we go. Oh, there we go. God, tilt it slightly so there's no glare. Ah, it's not working too well. Maybe now? Nope, there. I'm trying my best here. Yeah, there we go. Yes, this is Owen Jones, for those who already got it. And that is called hyperrealism drawing. It's the same here. This drawing here. It's of one of my late cats. It's hyperrealism. And in order to get the hyperrealism, you draw it big. So you can do all the teeny tiny deep. I drew the freaking pores in his skin. Yeah. That's that was quite the project, but I needed it. I needed it at the time. And as far as I know, he has not seen it. But you know, it is what it is. It's just, I do these as my way of showing my appreciation. I've drawn a few leftists so far, but like I said, that was my first attempt at hyperrealism of a human face. This was my first attempt at hyperrealism, and that's of a kitty cat face. Let's see. Vicky Clee says, Internet mobile people in UK hired hundreds of folks to change servers to overcome it all. Oh, I'm guessing that's part of a conversation that's happening. Cool, cool. I like to check into the SandBox. That's what I call my chat because, you know, my name is Sandee and this is Left of the Box. H2SO4, that's so realistic. Oh my God, why thank you. Livy Gibbs is saying, Owen, the legend, yes. I've known about him for a while, but I've only really gotten into his content the past few months. And I don't know what initially triggered it. I think it's all just the algorithm game. Like, he was on the Majority Report, and I'm a huge fan of the Majority Report. And I might have just clicked on a couple of his videos, but he's in the algorithm. So as soon as you click on a couple of his videos, all of a sudden all the recommends are his videos. And so I've been watching a ton of Owen Jones videos. Just, you know, trying to get some other perspectives, because one of my goals with my channel is to build cross-border solidarity, primarily with the United States, because, well, we're on the border and it matters. And the right wing tends to do a very good job of building that cross-border solidarity. But of more recently, I've been thinking we need to be building more cross-pond solidarity as well. Because the more I'm learning about the UK politics, the more I'm like, okay, so yeah, Mark Carney is just the better looking identical twin of Keir Starmer is really what's happening right now. So it's it's interesting that I'm seeing things happening in the UK and all of a sudden there's echoes over here in Canada. It's like, God damn it. So you guys really are in the future for us. Not just hour-wise, but policy-wise. And so I'm trying to be like, we need to wake up. Let's see what people are saying. I like chit-chatting in the SandBox, in case you haven't noticed already. Well, I'm also ADHD, totally ADHD. And so I can get very distracted. But like I said, I have the Ottawa Pride, Pride Parade that was canceled, and there's more to it than just there was a Palestinian protest that shut it down. Like I said, some things to do with Gaza and the journalists being targeted, and some Canadian lack of reaction. Also some provincial politics, and it's Alberta, where they're doing the book banning, here in Ontario, and a little bit in Quebec. You know, Quebec. They want, there's one minister in Quebec that wants to ban public prayer. So much for the Canadian Constitution, just oh. So live today, Zach was saying how much he loves hand-drawn art, by the way. Yeah. Rachel Atwood, maybe someone with Zeteo connections can get in touch with Owen. I don't have any connection to Zeteo. It doesn't help. It's one of the things, like, I have tried tagging him, replying in some of his comments, although it looks like he only ever engages on Twitter with people who are arguing with him. He seems to do that a lot now that I'm following him, and it's like, holy crap, like with Sam and Emma from the Majority Report, I actually have the notification for whenever they tweet and stuff, and I'm like, I'll do that for Owen too, and it's like, my God, does he ever stop? And he seems to like getting into arguments. Uh, so I've tried like leaving comments under it. I've tried tagging him and all this sort of stuff. And at this point, either it's so lost in the algorithms, there's just no way that that method will be effective. Because I've also tried like messaging on Facebook, even though there's an automatic reply saying probably won't notice this. On Instagram, like all these places. And I've gotten nothing. So I'm either completely lost in the algorithms and he's not seeing it, and then I'm just wasting my time trying to tag him again. Or he has seen it and doesn't want to reply, which is valid, but as an artist, kind of heartbreaking. But, you know, I'm not owed anything from him. I'm not owed a reaction or anything of that sort just because I drew him. Like, yes, as an artist, I love to get feedback. I love to see what people think of their own drawings and whatnot. But I'm not owed it by any stretch of the imagination. I do the drawings for my own personal reason. And when it came to wanting to do the hyperrealism, there were some factors that had to go into it. You know, one thing, you know, it had to be a face that I appreciate looking at. Because I'd be staring at it in high detail. They had to be someone that was posting selfies. Because normally what I've done to get the photorealistic drawings is I will do a screen grab of the video of one of their streams or something. However, to do the hyperrealism, you can't do that. You need a picture where if you zoom in, you see the pores. And I have it up here so that people can get a better idea of what I am talking about. If I do this, and then I can do, which one is it? This one. So this is the drawing here. And so we can zoom in. No, that's not the right tool. Actually, if we go here, because I was showing this to people the other day, that it took me 3 hours to go from this to this one. 3 hours from this to this, because I wasn't quite happy with it. But if we get rid of that one, and there is a difference. There is a difference. It's a huge difference for me as the artist. But here, there we go. So I needed a photograph of somebody where if you zoom in, you see all these little pores and stuff like that. And, you know, an interesting expression. And for me, an interesting expression is an expression you can project onto. So I don't necessarily want an expression where you look at them and be like, they're happy, they're angry, they're sad. I want one that you can kind of interpret. And so, like, there's different textures in the skin depending on, basically with the camera, the way that the camera takes the picture. So you have like the pores here, but then they're more like lines here. And then they're more connected over here. And then in the eyes, you have the shine going on and there and there. And how the pores look darker here, but that's primarily the lighting. And then some lines on his face. And then you get down to like the nose and stuff. And like this dot here, or this one dot, tiny dot there is darker intentionally. Like everything is completely intentional when you're doing it this big. The chapped lips, his necklace there, like all of it. So you need a picture where if you zoom in, you see all of that. So that's not going to happen from a video grab. It has to be done from a selfie. And you get the interesting expression. But the main thing I wanted for this was I wanted to draw someone who is good. You know? Like somebody who has good ethics, good politics, good principles and stuff. And the more I've been looking back on his stuff, the more I'm like, yeah, he is. So back to the main shot. So that's we're getting into an art stream here, huh? Who's next? Livy Gibbs is asking. I'm thinking about trying a colored portrait, like in pencil crayon, and the person I'm thinking of, I've already selected the picture, so it's just a matter of getting around to doing it, is Jesse Gender. I found a picture of them that I really, really like, and I want to give that one a try. But I've drawn Michael Brooks, 3 portraits of him, 3 portraits of Sam Cedar for different reasons. Olami O'Loren, Emma Vigland, Dan Evans. So, like, that's the thing. I haven't drawn a ton of people yet because there's still all the other artwork I do, like the animals and stuff that I'm drawing as well. And then people that just nobody would know because they're not anybody famous. But there is another picture of Owen I'm going to be drawing, and this one was totally, I wasn't meaning to draw him again so soon. But when I was watching one of these older videos of him, there was a frame, just a frame, that I'm like, I need to draw this picture. It's just, it doesn't even look like him. Like, it's not a straight on expression or anything, but it's just the emotion that you can project onto this one frame of this image of him, like from 9 years ago. I'm like, I need to draw this from a purely artistic perspective. Like, it is just, there's something in it that speaks to my artistic need of needing to draw it. Let's see, I don't know if I have it up right now. If I go here, is it, nope, not there. No, I don't have it up right now. Okay. But yeah, it is just, there's something about the expression and the emotion in this one frame that actually, if you see it in context, you would never think of that emotion connected to it. But since it's just this one frame, it really picks up. So I'm probably going to be drawing that too at some point. Anyway, gotta get caught up in the SandBox before I actually start getting on to the news type thing. So Left was saying, Zach was saying how much he loves hand-drawn art, by the way. Well, it'd be nice if somebody told him I was an artist. And Vicky Clee, ooh, nice, so life. Left of the Box should draw the Vanguard lads. Yeah, you know, I was watching the Vanguard earlier today, and I gotta admit, I'm being honest here. I'm always honest, but, you know, it's an autistic trait of being honest all the time, even when it's not good for me. I got really upset. It's like totally nothing to do with me, but I'm like, oh my God, I'm trying so hard here. Because they were talking about, there's that story that just broke from Wired and Taylor Lorenz talking about all this undisclosed dark money for the liberals. When I say liberals, I'm not talking about people on the left. I'm talking about your classic liberal centrist, a little bit more on the right than center liberals, and how a lot of huge YouTubers in the United States were caught up with it. Very popular ones, and they were getting paid like $8,000 a month. I'm like, my God, if you're going to sell out, at least do it for right-wing money. Like, to me, $8,000 a month is like, I'd be fucking rich. Like, I'd be like, I'm rolling in the cash because I live with poverty. So, you know, even $2,000 a month, I'd be happy. But it was just interesting talking about like who was approached, who wasn't approached. So people like the Majority Report, not approached, obviously, because if you speak out against what's happening in Gaza and the genocide, and you're very vocal about it, and you're speaking out about Israel and what they're doing, you're not going to get approached for that sort of thing. And I was not approached. But then again, I also don't have much of a platform, so not shocking. So the Vanguard was going over that earlier today because they got into some back and forth, some beefing with some people. And at one point, one of them is like, oh, and then there was this guy who challenged us to debate. Look at his pathetic channel. So few viewers, he barely gets any. Okay, he wasn't saying it quite like that, but that's how I was feeling it in my soul. Because I looked up this YouTube channel that barely got any views. I'm like, he has 500 more subscribers than me, and I wish I could get that view count on my videos. I'm just like, come on, guys. I'm trying my hardest here to get noticed. I've had like big names come onto my channel for interviews. I've interviewed politicians. I interviewed when the university campuses were having their encampments uh, for Palestine and stuff like that. I had one of the speakers from the local university on my channel. Like I've done a lot of work, and I've put a lot of work into this. I'm doing it solo, so it's a lot. And it's just like, it's kind of disheartening when you hear that. It's like, oh, barely any. It's like, come on, come on. Because one of the hiccups I have is so far, I have never been on a channel larger than mine. I've had people with much larger channels come onto mine, but I've never been onto a channel that is larger than mine, and I'm more than happy to do collaborations. And then I've been on a couple other channels, but they weren't as big as mine. And those people have been on a lot of the other leftist programs that a lot of us on this side of the pond are familiar with. And it's like, come on, what am I doing? What? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just plucking away at it. But it's one of the things that when you're doing this because you believe in it and you have a message that you want to get out there, and you have an interesting perspective, or a perspective that isn't heard that much. Like, I'm queer, non-binary, I live with poverty and disabilities, and those are usually not perspectives added to the conversation a lot. Where it should be, especially if you're talking about class politics, to actually be talking to somebody who's living with poverty and disabilities, and how implications and what that means with policies and stuff like that. But when you're on YouTube, you have to play the algorithm game. And it's something that you don't necessarily want to do, the clickbait. You don't want to do all that, but you kind of have to. You have to grow your platform to get your message out to more people, because ideally I want to get people involved. I want to get people, networking and organizing, going to protests, contacting politicians, making real substantial change. And you can't do that with a teeny tiny channel. So it is one of those things that you gotta keep working at. Keep working at. But the thing is that I like doing this. Between this, the art, and my writing, if I could make a living off of this, I'd be so happy. I'd be so happy. Let's see what people are saying. Bad Lefty, in fact, Carney was the governor of the Bank of England, appointed by the Tories. Yes, he is the better-looking identical twin of Keir Starmer. Soul Life, Alberta is Canada's Florida. It's a combination of like Florida and Texas for the most part. The Wild West side, he's like a classic Tory. At least he's not doing the culture war garbage. Yeah. The thing about Mark Carney, our current prime minister, is, he did the whole Keir Starmer thing, where he gave the impression he was going to go one direction, but then as soon as he was in power, complete other. And a lot of his economic policies he's putting forward are actually worse than what a lot of the conservatives were wanting to do planning. And it's to the point that Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the official opposition, the conservatives, is kind of having temper tantrums. And we're going to be looking at something later in the stream where it's like he used to run on, we're going to, axe the tax, the carbon tax, and all this sort of stuff. And he's like, I'm going to do this, this, and this. And meanwhile, Mark Carney's like, yeah, on it, done it. Already did it. Yeah, you wanted, I did it. I did it. Like, Mark Carney's been able to get these policies through with the minority government easily because the conservatives are like, yeah, this is good. Do this. But the only thing with Mark Carney that would separate him from the conservatives is he's not into the culture wars. I'm not worried about my ex-gender marker going away on my passport and my birth certificate under Mark Carney. It is one of those things like, I'm glad, but I'm horrified at what he's going to be doing when it comes to austerity and cutting public sector work funding and all this sort of stuff. And it's just like, Wow, Canadians really need to wake up on this. Really need to wake up on this. Let's see what people are saying. UV, wow, that is so good, Owen Jones. Why, thank you. I love talking about my artwork. It's what I need to do. Like, my artwork comes along with when I need to unwind from politics, which is a lot. I can turn to just doing my artwork and it helps. And everyone, you can go to my website actually. I have a website here. SandeeLovas.com, and you can see more of my artwork. I do commission portraits for people, but considering shipping would be on the cost of the customer, I'm not entirely sure anyone from the UK would want to order a portrait. I'd be more than happy, but that lefty, he is pretty full. Talking about Owen Jones? Maybe a little. Oh, all you pawn jumpers, I recently posted something I clipped from my live stream last week. It's the most recent video I posted on my channel. You can go check it out. I'm talking about, again, you know, what you guys are doing. We're following suit over here. Talking about the Online Safety Act, where it's like, oh, you have to verify your age and all that sort of stuff. See, here in Canada, we've been trying to do this for years under Justin Trudeau, but it kept on getting pushed off because there was a lot of pushback. And then there's been so many elections that it would just die on the floor type thing. And now that the UK has done it, Canada's looking at it again like, looking good. Maybe we can pull this off this time. And I was just pointing out that making a fun joke of it because there's a picture that Owen Jones posted of himself topless. It got age restricted. It was marked as age restricted content on Twitter. A topless Owen Jones was age restricted on Twitter. Because I don't have my age in Twitter. I'm not going to give them that much information about me. But Twitter is so broken that you can see these things sometimes ahead of time and like it or do whatever and whatnot. But then suddenly when you go back to it, for whatever reason, because if it's in your likes, and that's where I get all my stuff for my channel from, for the dockets, suddenly I'm seeing something I liked is age restricted. And I'm like, what? So it takes a while. So you can see it initially, but then it goes away. And there's another example of that today. But it's not a topless Owen Jones, unfortunately. It's something else that it just kind of like, what is going on, people? Like, we need to wake up in this country. But this isn't just this is a Twitter thing, because they're censoring just a topless picture of Owen Jones. But what I'm going to show you they censored on Twitter as age-restricted content will kind of blow your mind. Yeah. Idiosyncrasy, you definitely caught his eyes. I thank you. And that was the biggest problem with this. I'll go back to this just because you brought it up. See, when you're doing hyperrealism, which one is it? It is, I go to, no, not, there, that one. When you're doing hyperrealism, especially with them being this big, if you're off by like a millimeter or something, it makes a huge difference. And so, this one, to make it look better, a little bit more like, I literally had to drop the corner of his eyes here and here by like a millimeter, 2 millimeters. Like, that's how much of a difference it was. I had to lower the eyelid here by just a couple millimeters. Shave down part of his face by just a few millimeters. Like, that's the type of changes you're making when you do it. But like this one, yeah, sure, it kind of looks like him, but there's just something a little bit more off. Versus this one, where it's like, no, that is him. It is when you're doing hyperrealism, you run into that problem. Like, there was a whole bunch of other changes. Like I said, it took me 3 hours. 3 hours to go from this one to this one here. So yeah. Okay. Rich P1K saying, I see the differences much more clearly upon the second viewing. Mm-hmm. Rachel Atwood, call him insufficiently pro-Palestine if you want to get his attention, a la Bad Empanada. Talking about Owen Jones. Yeah, I actually watched the video of Bad Empanada about Owen Jones because I'm always, sometimes I just want to go outside my bubble and see, like, am I looking at a particular person or issue, fully outside, like, to be able to do some investigation. And it's like what Bad Empanada was saying. It's like, what? I don't get it. I don't get well, I do and I don't. The absolute insane amount of hate Owen Jones gets. It doesn't, like, I get he's pro-Palestinian and he was pro-Palestinian before the genocide started. And so that doesn't make you any friends. Plus, he's pro-trans in the UK. That doesn't make you too many friends in the media sphere. But the thing that gets me is, like, even then, I don't get why people just have this visceral hate for him because, at least in his videos and stuff like that, he doesn't come across as like an arrogant prick, or pretentious or too full of himself or anything of that sort. Because there are people where it's like, I agree with everything you say, but god damn it, you're annoying as fuck. And I don't get that vibe from Owen, and yet there's all these people. It's like, he's being sued for this, or he's a secret Zionist. Like, it's comical to think of when you see what Owen Jones does, and then somebody's like, "But he's a Zionist. Did you know that?" And it's like, really, really, it's just funny. It's funny. But yeah, I do notice in his tweets, he tends to get into a lot of back and forth with people and arguing. So I've been very tempted to just, put this picture under one of his tweets and say something along the lines like, tea drinkers suck. Because I'll stand by that. Drink coffee like an adult. uh, let's see what people are saying. Okay, well, maybe we should probably actually like get into it because I have this problem where I'm like rambling and then I look at the clock. I'm like, oh, so it's already been 40 minutes since I started and I haven't gotten to a single news article that I'm planning on covering. But I've still been talking about politics throughout all of this. Rachel Atwood Banana loves to rage bait. Yeah, I don't know all that much about him other than I find a lot of his videos, the topics of them, a bit sus. Like, he's not doing things from a place of principle. He's doing things from a place of, will this get views? A leftist reactionary, if you want to call him a leftist, something like that. Bad Lefty. Ask him if he thinks he's the kid from Home Alone, Macaulay Culkin. Actually, that's in the progress video. You guys probably haven't seen this for all you pawn jumpers who haven't seen me yet. So when I do a portrait, I also do progress photos of it, and then I merge the progress photos into a video, and so you can see the picture coming to life. But then I need to find out things like what kind of music to put in the background or dialogue, and so I found some fun dialogue from Owen Jones for this. Let's see if I go to the shorts. Just gonna mute this for a second. Let's do that. I'm going to go to studio mode. Haha, I'm getting better with this all the time. To see which layout this would look good in. No, not that one. No. I think I just have to go for news. Oh, right. I can make it big. Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay. Now, what I do is transition. Then I go out of studio mode and I make sure I turn the sound back on. There. So this is the progress video that I made of the Owen Jones drawing so that you can actually see the process. You can see it come into life. And then I found the Macaulay Culkin made me think of it. That's why. You're going to see why in a moment.
Owen Jones.
Hey.
Guardian columnist, author, best-selling author, activist.
Looks a bit like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone.
Oh, crap. I forgot. This is, for some reason, when I'm doing this from my YouTube channel, it looks like shit. I have to go to my Instagram page. Sorry, just a sec. Oh, there we go. Get the video from the Instagram page. Profile. Oh, no, not that. This one. It's full screen. Okay, let's try this again. There's a bit of like a weird delay thing that kind of goes on with the YouTube one when I try watching it on my own computer, but I don't have that problem with the Instagram. So here.
Hey.
Guardian columnist, author, best-selling author, activist.
Looks a bit like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone.
He's better looking. Former Labour Party member. Former Labour Party member, all-round activist, good guy. When did we first meet?
We first met, I was a little precocious. I was actually young rather than just masquerading as...
I mean, you always look like you were 12 years old.
This is true.
That's why you've got the facial hair now, to look a little older.
This is to convince everyone actually I'm a geriatric millennial. And I remember, because I remember that was the first time I ever looked on Twitter to see...
But you were very good. I remember you were precocious, non-Macaulay Culkin. You was making some very good points.
But people were like, why is there a child on television talking about politics?
I mean, they've said that about you for many years. Also, you're that guy who's... What's your Twitter handle?
Oh, yeah, that was such a mistake. Owen Jones 84. At the time...
I mean, nobody puts their birth year in their handle unless they really want to point out that they're really young.
In my 20s, that was such an asset, and now it's the worst thing I've ever done in my entire life. I mean, a lot of criticism ever since I appeared in the media has centred on what some see as my, I think, kind of offensively youthful face. Some people seem quite angry about it. I'll be honest, in my 20s, I hated that. It really wound me up. When I went on Question Time, I was like, I want to make serious political points. And then people would be like, does his mum know he's up this late? Shouldn't he be doing his paper round? Lol. Those jokes never got old. Kind of like my face, I guess. But people said to me at the time, you're going to be so relieved when you get older hearing that kind of stuff. And given I'm now pushing 40, it's a case of, oh no, please don't riff off me looking young. But even if you disagree with me, I think you can see that I've used my platform as long as I've had it as best I can to support Palestinian liberation, including at times when, obviously, that's not, well, it's never the fashionable thing to do, is it? And I'm sorry this is self-indulgent and wasting time and energy. I'm not that interesting. And I'm actually not that complicated. I'm just doing my best to use my platform as effectively as I can. Yes, listen to the podcast if you prefer. Don't have to see my face then, do you?
Owen Jones.
Hey.
Guardian columnist.
Bad Lefty pointing out he's doing the Sam Cedar ums and ers type thing. And the thing that I find kind of cute is it's M. There's like an accent because Sam Cedar does the ums and ers in his progress video. I make fun of that too. But with the UKers, the pawn jumpers, it's not so much ums and ers. It's M's. And if I watch enough UK stuff, I'm probably going to end up picking up on it. Anyway, I should probably actually like get to work. I like chatting with you guys. But yeah, okay. Let's get to it. So last Sunday I was doing my live stream, and that was the exact same time and day that the Pride Parade in Ottawa, that's Canada's capital. I'm not telling you UKers, I'm telling the people from the United States that might be watching. That yeah, there was the Pride Parade and it got canceled. But since it was happening as I was doing my live stream, you can't get accurate information at the time. There's so much that goes about, and it's like, oh, it's the pro-Palestinians have shut down the parade. Oh, they're being racist, horrible people. It's the left attacking its own. All this sort of stuff that's coming out. It's a lot more complicated than just a group of protesters shut down the parade, and a lot more went into it. So I have that information for people today. As I'm already still getting distracted by the SandBox. I probably should like cover it up when I'm doing this, but sometimes I'm worried that something's happening and people are like screaming at me at the in the SandBox saying, "Hey, we can't see you. Your sound's off," or something. But anyway, let's get into the news. So this is from CTV News. Capitol Pride Parade cancel after protesters block route in downtown Ottawa. And come on. I heard my computer breathing heavy. That's a thing, which means I have way too many tabs open, which I do, which is making it hard for, there's going to be some lag in some videos and stuff. Super annoying, I have a bazillion tabs open. There's another project that a lot of people know I've been working on, in which I have like a whole bunch of tabs open that I don't want to close until I'm done that project. And then I have like a bazillion tabs open for when I'm doing these videos. And so as I go through each docket, I'm going to close it. So hopefully I don't hear my computer breathing so heavy. But this one, I want to actually watch the video in if it's going to let me scroll. Come on. Come on. Well, that's embarrassing. No. Okay, no, the mouse is still working. I'm like, did the batteries just die on my mouse or something? Oh no, it's being that particular. Okay. Hopefully it's not going to be too bad. Let's go back to the beginning here. I might have to start closing down other tabs that I don't want to close down. There we go. See a little donut. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Work at it, computer. Come on. Come on. You had no problems earlier today when I was putting these dockets together. You can do it now. Don't give me this donut nonsense. It was fine earlier today, and now it's just starting to act up, probably because it's, you know, it's a bit shy sometimes. My computer and the internet. It's, you know, it's a bit shy. And it knows that I want to do this right now, and it's putting me on the spot. It likes to do this to me. My computer likes doing this to me. Rachel Atwood thinks Lance BC accent is very cute. I don't notice too much of an accent in him. It's very similar to the Southwestern Ontario accent, like mine, where it's, come on, no, play. It's very flat. There's not too much, oh, what's the word? Here we go. Okay, I think it's working. Oh my God. Can you see me? You see me? Oh my God. That freaked me. All of my internet tabs crashed and my OBS went off all at once. Oh my gosh, that's very leftist content. Okay, I can see myself on screen moving. This is good. That was not good. That was not good. What was happening right when I was about to get into the meat of the media, and it just said there was an issue with Firefox, so it decided to crash on me. But then it also crashed my OBS, and so then I had to remember to start streaming again. But luckily, it seems to have connected again. Everyone turn to live chat as opposed to top chat. Okay. Yes, Bad Lefty, it is retabulating. Hopefully everyone is still here. Rich P, I have it set up so that when the tabs, when Firefox gets closed or my computer gets shut down, it automatically brings up all the tabs that I had open. Whew, that was nerve-wracking. So, yep, all my dockets are still there. Okay. But also Rich P is saying Control-Shift-T in Firefox to recall your tabs, which is good to know. Guitar Guy 80 is saying, Sandy, use Brave, not Firefox. I might give it a try. It's just I had to switch over to Firefox because of there's a certain program I like to use when I'm watching YouTube that no longer works in Google Chrome. Soul Life says you usually get a window of time to reconnect without it ending stream. Well, that's good to know now. Anyway, why don't let's see if we can do this, and I'll start shutting down tabs as we're going along. Okay. Hopefully I didn't lose too many people there. And also, Vicky Clee, thank you for becoming a member. Feldspar, really appreciate it. Rachel Atwood, as long as it wasn't IBS going off. I'm pretty sure that's the issue with my computer, actually. Okay. Everyone's still there? Everyone's still there. I will not Alt F4. Okay, let's try this again. News. Yes, so Ottawa, the capital of Canada, telling the Americans, not the pawn jumpers. There was a Pride parade last weekend, but it was news breaking while I was in my stream, and I couldn't cover it because it was news breaking, and I don't like covering news right as it's breaking because there's always going to be more information that comes out and whatnot, and it turns out with this parade, there was a lot of information to come out. So, let's see if this works.
People lined the streets of Ottawa for Capital Pride this afternoon, ready to celebrate the inclusivity of the annual parade. But about an hour after it started, the new parade route was blocked. CTV's Natalie Van Roy has more on the unexpected interruption. Natalie.
Well, Austin, the parade started at 1 p.m., but it was canceled only an hour and a half later, and that's because the route was blocked off in front of Parliament Hill on Wellington Street by pro-Palestinian protesters. The group Queers for Palestine Ottawa blocking Ottawa's annual Pride Parade Sunday afternoon, bringing the festivities to a halt.
We had staged a disruption of the parade to say our demands to both Capital Pride's executive director and board of directors and to the mayor. We were looking for apologies from the mayor in particular for boycotting last year and for encouraging other powerful institutions to boycott the parade.
Yeah, and we'll find out more about this, but basically last year there was a group that was going to be in the parade that said something that was pro-Palestinian, and so then the mayor's like, oh, you said something we're going to cut funding unless you get rid of that group. And so what they wanted to do this year, and this was planned, the parade organizers knew this was going to happen, was this protest to basically just get the mayor to say, sorry, the most Canadian thing possible. Just go out there and do your Canadian duty of saying sorry. And he didn't do that, and instead he canceled the parade.
The group halted the parade to demand the apology from not only the mayor, Mark Sutcliffe, but also other organizations that pulled out of...
Like, come on, what kind of Canadian politician can't do an apology? We've seen it plenty. That is a requirement to be a Canadian politician is to be able to just say sorry on cue, no matter what the issue is. You should just bang, sorry. Sorry, I didn't see you standing there and didn't hear your question. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut all the taxes on the wealthy and cause all this austerity that's crippling the people living with poverty. Sorry that, we decided to spend billions on military and not fund health care.
The Capitol Pride events last year when organizers issued a statement condemning Israel.
The mayor said he would not come up and talk to us, and even when communicated that the parade would then disperse if we didn't move, he still refused to come up and talk to us.
In a statement, Ottawa's mayor said in part, "It's deeply regrettable that a group of activists chose to block the parade.
In just a moment.
My heart goes out to the many who participate in this celebration." The parade traveled from City Hall along Elgin to Wellington.
I am sad I didn't get to march, but I'm definitely way sadder for the people who are experiencing a lot of hardship over in Palestine, and this is a way to get a really good message out.
Speaking before the disruption, Capitol Pride's executive director said they were excited for the new route in front of Parliament.
We're really excited that we're reclaiming Wellington. It's a really important place in the 2S LGBTQ+ community for protest. We've got a lot of really important victories won through protesting.
Before the parade was halted, Mayor Mark Sutcliffe said city officials were happy to take part again. Organizers said 175 groups and more than 6,000 people were registered to take part in the event.
And Capitol Pride.
Okay, and a little bit more from the article. Wait a sec, did I need to read anything more from the article? Sometimes I forget if I just wanted to watch the video in the news or if I wanted to read the article. I think this one was a combo. So Ottawa's annual Pride Parade was canceled shortly after it began Sunday. Queers for Palestine, QP4, said it halted the marquee event of Capitol Pride with the permission of the Grand Marshal and issued a list of demands. Q4PO and our coalition are demanding transparency with the community from Capitol Pride about their values and about the specific pressures and threats that have forced their Palestinian solidarity values back into the closet, the statement said. Queers for Palestine, Ottawa, is also demanding that elected officials who boycotted Capitol Pride last year apologize and commit publicly to marching with us without conditions. We are the village, and if you stand with us, that means standing with Palestine and all oppressed people. Let's see. So the Capitol Pride statement last year condemned... Okay, no, I think I need to go back a bit. In 2024, Mayor Mark Sutcliffe and several organizations and groups pulled out of Capitol Pride events after organizers issued a statement expressing solidarity with Palestinians. How dare you? So if you just show support for people that's being genocided, I swear we're living in the upside down world sometimes. The Capitol Pride statement last year condemned in the strongest possible terms the Hamas terrorist attack in October 2023 and also pledged to recognize the ongoing genocide against Palestinians. So even in their statement, they're still like, oh, Hamas, Hamas bad, because it's still a requirement. Whenever you say what's happening over in Gaza is bad, you still gotta say Hamas bad. In opening remarks at the 2024 Capitol Pride Festival, signatures among other commitments. The statement was removed from Capitol Pride's website. We had staged a disruption of the parade to say our demands to both Capitol Pride's executive director and boards of directors and the mayor. We were looking for apologies from the mayor, in particular for boycotting last year and for encouraging other powerful institutions to boycott the parade. And that is why somebody was mentioning it would have been more grassroots last year because they were getting boycotted. This year, he is back, even though Capitol Pride says their values articulated in last year's statement are still valid. And we asked the mayor to come up and apologize to hear us and to hear from us, the community, that we stand in solidarity with Palestine and to participate in a queer march. And to participate in a queer march isn't for political gain. It's to support us. And if we support Palestine as we do, then he needs to get on board with that. Capital Pride organizers issued a statement on social media Sunday about the unexpected cancellation of the Pride Parade. Officials say that several meetings with Queer for Palestine, Ottawa, and other community groups to discuss the issue are important to them. Unfortunately, the group refused to have meaningful discussion about how to move forward. After over an hour of attempting to resolve stoppage, it became clear QP4 was unwilling to engage in good faith conversation and was insistent on misrepresenting our discussion, Capital Pride said. Yeah, and they couldn't reroute it because they were already mid-parade and permits and stuff. In a statement posted on Instagram just after 4 p.m., Mayor Sutcliffe said, "Deeply regrettable that a group of activists chose to block the parade, ultimately leading to Capital Pride official to cancel the event." It was more on him. If he had just apologized and said, "You know what? Yeah, Palestinians deserve to live and not be genocided," the parade could have continued. Let's see. And then that statement we're going to go over anyway. So this is the tweet that Mark Sutcliffe sent out. "I was proud to join our community in celebrating Capital Pride throughout this week at events across the city, including the flag raising at City Hall. I attended the Pride Parade today with friends, colleagues, and family members, as I have for many years, except, the year that you boycotted last year, because they were all about that pro-Palestine stuff, huh? Both as a private citizen and now as mayor, I believe it is important to show my support for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community and for the principles advocated by Capital Pride. It is deeply regrettable that a group of activists chose to block the parade, ultimately leading to Capital Pride officials to cancel the event. It's all the activists' fault. What they were asking me to do, an apology as a mayor? That was too much. It was too much. My heart goes out to the many people in our city who were deprived of the opportunity to participate in the celebration of joy, resilience, and community at a time when 2S LGBTQIA+ rights are under attack around the world. It is critical to show our solidarity with community." How about, this is wild here, how about showing some solidarity with a group of people that are being genocided right now? Can you do that? How about that? Not just the people who pay you, but maybe the people who are in dire need of solidarity right now. And honor all those who have achieved a hard-won progress on equal rights. Ottawa should always be a place of inclusion, unless you're Palestinian, where everyone feels welcome, unless you're Palestinian. Let's continue to work together for a better city for everyone, unless you're Palestinian. Faye Johnstone replied to that, and she is a trans woman and very prominent advocate here in Canada. "The gay people did something that made me uncomfortable, and now I say, wah!" And she is pretending that is what the mayor said, and I'm pretty sure that's a direct quote, but don't quote me. "What have you done for queer and trans people in your city? Your worship." Yeah, like he likes this idea. It's like, oh, so if I go walk out in the parade, the Pride Parade, does that mean that my obligations towards the queer community are done? I don't need to do anything else, like, make their lives easier or something? And Sam Hirsch, who also lives in Ottawa and has been very vocal, speaking out against what's happening in Gaza. "Those who blocked the Pride Parade today have done more to support the queer community than Mark Sutcliffe has in his 3 years as mayor. It was made pretty clear last year that Sutcliffe's support for the queer community is conditional on whether he agrees with them or not." And Sam had also mentioned that there is this from a long time ago. So I looked up the article. We're not going to be reading the whole article because Press Progress, really good outlet. I recommend people check them out. But they did this, was in October 18th of 2022, Ottawa election. Mark Sutcliffe advocated defunding Capital Pride Festival, Franco-Ontarian, and Tulip Festival. Not the Tulip Festival! No. Yeah, so apparently this mayor, who was very quick to be like, we should cancel the parade, doesn't like them. He doesn't like festivals. Festivals should be weaned from city funding. He doesn't think municipalities should be supporting cultural events like festivals, tulip festivals, the Pride Parade, Capital Pride, Ontario the Franco-Ontarian Festival. That's what makes cities nice. And this was a column he put into the Ottawa newspaper, Ottawa Citizen, back in 2006. So he has been having like this simmering hatred for things that are fun for a long, long time. Yeah, cities should help out with this because it makes people in the community feel included. It exposes people to different cultures and aspects and things that they might not be familiar with. Festivals are amazing. I love going to festivals. There should be more of them. And quite often they do need it, but I'll freeze on the screen here. If you want to read this bullshit, go right ahead. But he's making it sound like these festivals are acting like entitled toddlers with their hands out, like, oh, give us money so we can do this thing. And it's like, they're doing this for the community, for the people in the community it represents, but also for the people in the community it doesn't represent, to expose them to this cultural event for whatever reason. And quite honestly, a tulip festival sounds delightful. So Yiping Ji, which he is a doctor here in Canada, and he was recently on one of the flotillas that tried to go to Gaza, and he was stopped. So huge pro-Palestinian advocate here. But also added some really great context to this particular issue. So Yiping Jing said on Twitter, I want to give you some more context as to the cancellation of the Capital Pride Parade today in Ottawa. I won't link the media coverage by mainstream media, but you can look for it. But don't believe everything you are reading, especially from the mayor and Capital Pride. The mayor and Capital Pride as an organization, corporate pride, have framed the cancellation because the protesters' activists who stand in unwavering solidarity with Palestine because they had the audacity to care about the ongoing Israeli genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. The group at the head of the Capital Pride Parade was Queers for Palestine, who were invited by Ms. Patience, the Grand Marshal of the parade, to lead the march together. The march was halted to demand and negotiate for the very decent and reasonable things. So, with full support, our coalition demanding transparency with the community from Capital Pride about their values and the specific pressure and threats that have forced their Palestine solidarity values back into the closet. Capital Pride must recommit in full view of the village to the BDS and PACBI promises they made in private meetings. Is further demanding that the elected officials who boycotted Capital Pride last year apologize and commit to publicly marching with us without conditions. So things the Capital Pride as an organization actually already committed to last year, including the boycott and divestment commitments they once again already previously committed to, and also committed to in closed door meetings and accountability from politicians, the mayor. When Capital Pride put out a statement in support of Palestine last year and commuted to boycott and divestment as means to express material solidarity with Palestine, they received backlash from politicians like the mayor, who chose not to attend the parade and events. So this is sounding more and more like it's the mayor's fault, not the protesters. Fast forward to this year, and the statement made by Capital Pride last year in support of Palestine quietly was removed from their website. This was done because of the pressure from the city of Ottawa, specifically from the mayor, Mark Sutcliffe. This is the context for why the Capital Pride Parade was halted. Negotiations took place between Queers for Palestine and Capital Pride, and attempts were made to bring Mark Sutcliffe up to face accountability in front of the community. He cowered, said no, remaining in the parade. From the negotiations between Queers for Palestine and Capital Pride, a decision was made for an alternate route for the contingent so that the group would leave the parade since demands were not being met. This seemed to be an amenable decision since the message was delivered. Instead, Capital Pride decided to cancel their own parade and blame not themselves or the mayor, and rather place the blame on the people who want their pride to commit to boycott and divestment, legal obligation under international law, and accountability from the mayor. I was there, and I can tell you that people, the community, the village stands with Palestine, because the village knows oppression when they see it. They know that their struggles for full liberation intertwine with the Palestine. We are not free unless Palestine is free. The contingent proceeded as a group in people-led pride protest, not some corporate pride bullshit. It was beautiful. The police were not leading the parade. It was led by the people. The village was marshalling and protecting the protests at each intersection we passed. With beautiful chants like, "We're queer, we're trans, free Palestine" is our demand, and "From Stonewall to Palestine, resistance is not a crime." And the message could not be clearer. Pride is a protest, and there is no pride in genocide. Solidarity forever. And then he also added this. You can cancel a parade, but you can't stop a movement. It was a real pride protest in Ottawa for once in a long time. It honors the traditions of actual pride protests in Parliament Hill in August 1971 for queer rights. The whole reason Capital Pride takes place in August in Ottawa. Pride is always and has been a protest. I also have a friend who lives there in Ottawa, and they were at the parade as well. And I was on the phone with them to talk about what was happening and get their perspective. And they said that even though the parade had stopped, they were still able, like, people could, it turned into like a reverse parade, so people could just walk down the parade line and see the different floats. But they felt it was unfortunate for the people who went to the parade and weren't able to march at all, because not the entire parade had started to get out onto the road when it was actually canceled. And so they have conflicted feelings about it, but they have this message here. Oh, I'm reading from my phone here. I have mixed feelings about the protest. I am pro-protest in general in bringing attention to our mayor's bullying of Capital Pride and reclaiming pride as worthy causes. I feel mixed about whether the parade got to resume essentially depended on our mayor acting like a good ally. I don't think the parade, the capstone event of this queer celebration event, should be dependent on whether our shitty mayor prioritizes pride over his ego. Which, yeah. Having the parade shouldn't be reliant on some mayor and his ego. And that's basically what did it in. Let's see, do I want to... And just a little bit more on the pride stuff before we move on. I just saw this before I started live. Mark Carney, of course, is tweeting out, wanting to be, oh, look at me. Again, it's very performative. Canada, we love your pride. And Leah Gazan, she's an NDP MP, says that is why Mark Carney plans to cut over 80% of funding from women and gender equality. We are watching and we are not stupid. Yes, they just want to be able to march in the parade and then, brush their hands of it and say, we've done our part, but they don't want to do anything that actually makes our lives better. Okay, go back to I'm closing all these tabs. Close. Yes, close those tabs. And then from there, I'm going to want to get into the issues of Palestine and Gaza. Are these still here? They're still there. Okay. Whew, all the tabs are still there. But before we move on to talking about what's happening in Gaza, go and check the SandBox and make sure that things aren't broken. I was so freaked out by that. Like, just seeing everything disappear, all the tabs, the entire thing shut down, my OBS shut down. I'm like, ah. Especially like soon after you receive a raid and it's like, this is not a good first impression. Let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. Rachel Atwood, does PP ever say sorry? I'm actually like I'm not just doing it a bit. I'm actually trying to think if I can recall him saying sorry for anything. Talking about Pierre Polyev. I don't think so. No. I can't recall anything in particular that he has said sorry for. Like, he should have said sorry for losing his own riding and then having to be parachuted into Alberta to go to a riding he had never heard of before in order to win back his seat, but he chose that riding because it voted over 80% conservative, so it was a safe riding for him to parachute into and win. He could have said sorry for all of that. Vicky Clee, there's a story no one knows about, even in UK. Families raise alarm at Palestine activist prison hunger strike. Tetula Hoxha has refused food for 3 weeks in dispute with managers prison. Yuri Gibson, there's no in between anymore. It's you're fighting with humanity or you're fighting with genociders. Yeah, I have zero patience for anyone. At this point, there's no way you can't know what's happening over there. There's just none. Let's see. So they blocked the parade to raise awareness about Palestine, even though they were all pro-Palestine already. No, the problem is that they removed that from the website that they were pro-Palestine. Because it was in it last year, but then from the pressure they had to remove it in order to go forward, and it stayed off basically. So this was like, can we maybe recommit to this and have this here, as opposed to just saying it behind closed doors, like do a public thing about it. Let's see. Yeah, I've been covering a fair bit from what's happening over in the UK with the Palestinian protesters and stuff, with the law against Palestine action. But again, the reason why I'm feeling like I should probably be paying more attention to what's happening over there is just given Mark Carney's connection to everything that's in the UK and how similar our Liberal government is looking to Labour. It's quite disconcerting. But then we also had the added influence of the United States right on our border and all of their right-wingers that are just funneling money up into organizations here for the right-wing causes, like Alberta wanting to separate and stuff like that. So we're kind of getting hit from both sides on that. And there's nobody in our government strong enough to stand up to either of them. Or basically they want to go along with it because Mark Carney has folded towards Donald Trump at every stop. Like, he's just folded. There's the phrase that I now have because Mark Carney's slogan during the campaign was elbows up. Guess it's a hockey reference or something. But, you know, I say now in Canada, knee pads for elbows. Because, yeah, he has definitely been kissing the boot of Donald Trump ever since he got in. So, like, you can't say that because if you say anything pro-Palestine, it's anti-Semitic now. Yeah. Bad Lefty. Anyone else getting a feeling that Sandy isn't buying lines of BS? Maybe BDS. Let's see. More chit-chatting in the sandbox. The Wild West, can money be made? I support it. Otherwise, nah. Mark Sutcliffe, probably. Yeah, probably. Also saying he shouldn't be the mayor of a capital city then. Yeah. Yeah, if you can't march on principle that this is a festival that's important to the community because you have issues, what the fuck are you doing? You're not there for yourself. You're mayor for the city. You're not mayor for yourself. The Wild West, like, it would be so embarrassing to not have the Tulip Festival. That sounds so delightful. It does. earlier this year, I went to Palestine Day in my area. There was a Palestine Day. Apparently, it's been going on for 4 years. It's the first year I heard about it. And that's where I was able to actually get my keffiyeh. So happy to finally get one. And other like free Palestine bracelets and stuff. Got this picture here as well. And it was a great event, but it was very, what's the word? When you have to feel two things at once. Oh, there's a word for it. Anyone who's still here from the UK, you're learning a new game of mine where I can't remember a word because I have a hard time with recall. And then everyone in the SandBox has to think, cognitive dissonance. That's what I was thinking. Although I don't know it applies now that I said it out loud. Yes, and sometimes I can't remember a word, and it's on the SandBox to try to figure out the exact word that I'm thinking of. Because at the event, there was all these wonderful vendors. The keffiyeh I got is from Syria type thing. Some food vendors with authentic food, and, you know, happy people celebrating Palestine and stuff. But then you look over and here's a beat up car with holes in it representing all the bullets that were shot at Hind Rajab. And it's like, and here's a relief of what Gaza used to look like versus a relief of what Gaza looks like now. And it's like, it was quite the event to be at. But, you know, I was able to support, I was glad I could support some, you know, Palestinian artists and stuff, because I also got a couple mugs with, you know, Palestine flags printed on it. The only thing I wasn't able to get that I still really want to get is like watermelon jewelry. I just have one pair of earrings, but I want like a necklace and stuff. It's just, here's part of the problem when you want to support causes. Sometimes people live with poverty. And the best way to support causes is by spending money. Either donating directly to the cause or supporting artists and vendors, you know, a GoFundMe and stuff. So quite often people with poverty can feel left out when it comes to supporting. Like I had some extra birthday, Christmas money that I've been saving for festivals because I love going to festivals and buying from local artists and stuff. And that's the only way I was able to get that stuff. But, you know, even then, I probably spent more than I should have. Because, you know, I want to get a nice t-shirt. I want to get the hoodie I've seen Owen Jones wear that I really like with the Palestinian flag and stuff. You know, I would love to be able to get that sort of things to show in a very public way my support, but I literally can't afford to. And, you know, as somebody who feels passionately about these things, how do you get more involved when you financially, there's all these extra hurdles that you have to overcome in order to participate in these things? And especially then if you have disabilities on top of it, getting to the festivals, if you require a wheelchair or walkers and stuff like that, can even be more difficult depending on where it is. Quite often they're in the park, so it's on grass. So sometimes wheelchairs can have a harder time on that surface, but just the transportation to and from, you know, simple things like, can you afford the transit ticket there? Because here in Canada, ain't nothing walkable. There's no, you need a car or transit in Canada if you want to get from point A to point B in town. So it's okay, unless you're in Toronto. Toronto's pretty good. So there's a lot more, it's harder for people to feel like they're part of the community, part of the organization, part of the movement when they can't afford to be, and that's not taken into consideration a lot of the times. Even something as simple as like if you're organizing an event and okay, we're having a meeting, we're organizing an event, have coffee and cookies there. And I say coffee specifically because you tea drinkers, you know, because maybe the transit ticket it takes for them to get there means that they're not having a lunch, literally, or supply transit tickets for people. You know, it's simple things like that. Is the venue accessible for people who have mobility devices? Also keep in mind that there might be people who want to participate, who can participate, but have mental health issues, can't be around crowds and stuff, but can sit in front of a computer and talk to all of you like it's no problem at all. Things like that. And or people who are COVID wary, which COVID is still a thing, and they want to wear masks and things of that sort. You know, do they feel comfortable at your event doing that without feeling like they're going to be ostracized for doing that, for protecting their health? So there's all these things that go into it that quite often, and this is why you need somebody with poverty talking about class solidarity. You can't just talk at us. And this is part of my frustration. I'm talking about Mehdi Hassan and Owen Jones with this one. Because they talk about class solidarity, but how often is somebody with poverty at the table? And I don't just mean we're going to interview somebody who's lived with poverty and then I'll report back. Like, I mean, actually at the table giving analysis, not just talking about their own personal experiences with poverty, but giving analysis. Because there's still this stigma that if you're living with poverty, it means that you're not smart, that you don't have any talent or skill. There's that stigma. It's there. Oh, I realize I haven't put on that light yet. I need to go put on that light so that I'm not so dark. It's getting nighttime here. But yeah, it's the only time, like if the only times you include somebody with poverty in the conversation is just to get their life experience on what they've been through versus actually taking their critique and their analysis seriously, you have a blind spot. Let's see. Hello, BCat. Hello, hermeteorologist. I have something special for you later on in the stream. You'll have to stick around to see what it is. Just a little way of saying thank you. Yori Gibson, never forgive. Never forget Hin Rajab. Yeah, Aaron Bushell, USS Liberty, Rachel Corey, support Brave Bisbin, Macklemore, Hind Hall, rules free Palestine. Yeah. There's just been so many stories. It's just, yeah, it's. Vicky Clee, I've been trying to watch a little bit more Novara as well. Hello, Bobby. Rachel Atwood saying Democrats had to pretend they care about him, Rajab. With Republicans in power, the mask is off. Oh, Bobby, hello everybody. My electricity just came back on. We had a thunderstorm. Lightning struck the phone pole right outside my house. Ooh, it sounded like a bomb. Yeah, I would imagine. I've never been that close to a lightning strike. Yori Gibson, we love Miss Rachel in Wales. Strong fighter. BCat, Miss Rachel is a hero. And it's one of those things, like, it's just, she is. But it's basically because she says all children matter. And in this environment that we're living in this absolutely backwards, upside down world, and we're going to get to a couple stories in this next docket with talking about Palestine and stuff like that. It's just making you think, what the fuck is going on this planet? Vicky Klee is asking if Bad Lefty can link something now that I'm back in the sandbox. Rachel Atwood, Michael Brooks grew up in and out of poverty. One more way in which he was such a unique voice. Yeah. It really, you do need that perspective when talking specifically about class. And even then, while somebody might have grown up in it, it still needs to be somebody who can see it right now. Because the poverty of today is different than the poverty of yesterday. Like when I was unhoused in my early 20s and I lived in the shelter system in Toronto, I was able to get out of it eventually. I don't think that would happen now. Just looking at how things are different. I don't think I was able to get out of it eventually because I was on disability, and disability payments was enough for an apartment, and I had a partner at the time, which was a really bad idea. But then once I broke up, or that relationship ended anyway, on my disability payments, I could still at least have an apartment on my own. Now that is not an option at all, because our full disability payments can't cover rent at market rate for a 1-bedroom or even a bachelor. So poverty is very different now than what it used to be back when I was in my 20s. So it's, yeah. Oh. So BCAT, it's bare minimum human stuff, but that's more than what a lotter will do. Yeah, I know. That's the scary thing. Vicky Klee, it's a story about Paul, protester on remand in prison and no trial date until 2026, who's currently on hunger strike. Okay, that's the Observer. If my computer crashes because you asked me to open up a new tab, I will kick butt. I've opened it. It doesn't seem to have crashed. I'll look at it in a little bit. Okay, let's get back into it. And we're going to start with some stuff that Owen Jones was tweeting out. As we're talking about what's happening over in Gaza and the targeted attacks on journalists and all that sort of stuff. So let's get back into it. So Owen Jones had tweeted this out, quote tweeting Benjamin Netanyahu. We are supposed to believe that Israel, with one of the world's most advanced militaries, accidentally bombed a hospital, not once, but twice. Perhaps wiping Gaza from the face of the earth and exterminating countless civilians was a tragic mishap too. That's what they try to say, the Zionists. Whenever there's just something that's so egregious that they both at the same time have the most advanced military in the world versus, oh, oops, that was an oops. We didn't mean to do that. But it's like lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot. This was intentional. We all know it was intentional. Like, it's just... Stop lying at this point. Like, I don't even see why they have to. We all know what's happening. You know, should the day come that they ever go in front of the ICC, it's not like their denials of it being accidents right now will actually play. Like, we all know this was intentional. But there's still so many Zionists out there. But the thing is like, they know. They know. The Zionists who are saying, it was an accident. They didn't mean to drop a 2,000-pound bomb in that spot. They only meant to send a grenade in that tent. Like, it's just, there have been so many targeted attacks. More journalists have been killed in this conflict than pretty much every other conflict combined. Like, it is just the healthcare workers, reporters, any sort of authority figure, the way that the men are targeted. Like, it's just, The way that there's horrific games being played by snipers in which body parts they're going to target on teenage boys. And it is beyond sickening and gross. And because they're taking out a lot of the reporters, we don't know how bad it actually is. And everything we are seeing, it's worse. It's so much worse. Because Benjamin Netanyahu was saying, Israel deeply regrets the tragic mishap that occurred today at the Nasser hospital in Gaza. Israel values the work of journalists, medical staff, and all civilians. The military authorities are conducting a thorough investigation. Really? Really? Our wars with Hamas terrorists, our just goals are defeating Hamas and bringing our hostages home. Well, maybe quits killing your own hostages. But then Owen also tweeted this out. I don't think we're going to listen to the whole thing. Just pointing out that they never do speeches like this in Hebrew, only English. That's because they serve their own people genocidal bile in Hebrew and serve up lies like these in English, so Western media outlets will churn out their bullshit lies. Or just give them some level of deniability. Like saying, well, we're just reporting on what they said, not the facts. Just what they were saying. And the thing... This has to be AI, right? Like, I'm looking at this. This is not a real... The way it moves, the way it glows, the shine, this is computer generated. He's wearing a bodysuit with those dots on it. There's something about everything here that is so artificial. Not to mention that he's probably cued in his script as to when he's supposed to put his hand up and make a fist. But yeah, we don't need to listen to this because it is just a whole bunch of bullshit. So the IDF does not intentionally target civilians. And we know that is not true. That car that Henry Jobson had over, what was it, 300 bullet holes in it? You know, the ambulance workers that were in the ambulance that were all targeted and massacred. Like, it is just children with sniper shots. You know, when you're looking through the scope, you can see who it is you're targeting. We know. But here we have load. Anita Anand, she is the foreign minister here in Canada, just saying Canada is horrified by Israel's military bombing of Nasser Hospital in Gaza. The government of Israel has a duty to protect civilians, healthcare workers, and journalists. The violence must stop, and civilian lives must be protected. I'm surprised she didn't mention anything about Hamas in that. She usually does. And then she's quote tweeting Foreign Policy Canada, which is her. This is pretty much the same thing. Canada is horrified by the Israeli military strike in Nasser Hospital, in which 5 journalists and many civilians, including rescuers and health officials. Such attacks are unacceptable, and words, bullshit. They always condemn the violence. They always urge an immediate and permanent ceasefire and the protection of civilians. And the unconditional release of the remaining hostages, because of course it's about Hamas. And the UN-led humanitarian aid which can pass freely in those in need. Who's blocking it? Huh? Can you say that? Who's blocking it? All this is a statement. And I've gone over this before on this channel. There is no line. There's no line. Because if there was, it would have been crossed a long time ago. But it's always, we condemn this. We think it's bad. The violence must stop on both sides. You know, because all the violence Hamas is currently capable of doing is what exactly? Release the hostages so that, you know, Israel can just bomb without the families of those hostages getting upset. Like, it is just statement after statement, but no actions. There's been no sanctions. There's been no arms embargo. There's been investigative reports to show that Canada was still selling millions and millions of dollars worth of weapons, or sending millions and millions of dollars worth of weapons to Israel through covert different ways, because they're so desperate to sell weapons to Israel that they're looking for every loophole they can. Did I want to go back on this one? Yeah. David Moskrop is saying, or else we'll do what? Strongly worded tweet, which is just all it is. That's all it is from all of them. From Justin Trudeau and Melanie Joly, who was the foreign affairs minister back then, to now. And so this is Canadian Journalists for Justice in Palestine. 5 more journalists were killed by Israel today. We call on Canada, a founding member of the Media Freedom Coalition, to fulfill its obligation under international law. The only way to is a full two-way arms embargo and sanctions against Israel now. Yes, that would be nice. But you know how there's a problem for the pond jumpers. You have the BBC, we have the CBC. And all the things about how they word things in the media, the restrictions they have. We have that here in Canada too with our mainstream media, big time. And we also have the right-wing rags that are full out genocidal Zionists. Case in point, the National Post. This was their fucking article. So David also saying, Dear God, Anulo, National Post, an official magazine, news organization here in Canada, complete right-wing trash. Funded right-wingers trash. And this is what they put out there. Their headline, Western media inflates the number of journalists killed in Gaza, writes whoever that fuckwad is. How about not hiring terrorists to report the news? This is allowed. Blatant lies. This fear-mongering, this stoking of hatred. There's no check and balances preventing this. But there's checks and balances preventing, a Palestinian journalist from going up and saying, oh, there's a genocide. But when it comes to this vitriol, hatred, Islamophobic bullshit, there's nothing stopping it. No checks and balances here. And if you think that was bad, because the National Post is a right-wing rag, you kind of expect it from them. But here is our CBC, Canada's version of the BBC. And Rabbi David, I don't know how to say his name, just wondering how on earth could CBC run this. And Samira, who is a massive advocate for what's happening, had just said, tweeted this out. Canada's public broadcaster, CBC News, aired this on the day Israel killed 5 journalists. Journalists working for Reuters and AP. Never questioned the complicity of Western media or how we got here. 200 journalists killed with impunity. Impunity needs an organized collective. And I'm going to start closing some of these tabs because it's looking like it's getting mad at me. There we go. Ah, I got rid of the donut. So let's give this a listen. This absolute pure bullshit that they have on here.
I don't think Israel targets journalists in order to prevent the truth from getting out. If for nothing else, they're simply not that stupid. They do know that a systematic killing of journalists would look bad. And I don't think they're necessarily trying to hide anything here. The truth of what's going on is rather plainly evident. They believe, and this belief is not completely without reason, that in many cases people who claim they're journalists and who carry a camera are in fact either working for Hamas's propagandists or, more relevantly, are simply Hamas undercover. I don't think
propaganda says what? Here's the thing, even if they were Hamas journalists, you still don't get to murder them. Like, that's the thing. Even if they're Hamas terrorists, you don't get to just execute them. How about you take them to court? You put them on trial. You hold them accountable for the horrors they've done. You don't just go and bomb a hospital. Killing. They were all innocent, but even from their perspective, oh, collateral damage of innocent people. But, the reporters themselves were Hamas terrorists and deserved to die. Really? Really? I hope the day comes when all of these people are held accountable for the absolute stoking of fear, the complicity, the everything. Israel would not be getting away with what it's getting away right now if we actually had media with integrity, reporting on this properly from the get-go. And so here we have from CTV News in Canada, some of the most honest reporting from mainstream media I've heard. The UN is growing increasingly critical of Israel, and the state continues its genocidal campaign against the people of Palestine. You had it right the first time? Let's take a listen to what's happening on CTV. So this was an actual broadcast that happened. And somebody just saying, here's the key part of the original CTV news segment, followed by the apology. Very Canadian of them. Arguably, they didn't violate basic standards and didn't need to issue a statement. Let's see what was said.
The United Nations is growing increasingly critical of Israel as the state continues its genocidal campaign against the people of Palestine. The UN says that despite numerous calls from global humanitarian agencies, Israel has intensified its attacks on the northern strip of Gaza. The heavily bombarded area remains under fire, even as aid drops attempt to provide medical care and food to the millions of Palestinians that continue to starve. A situation that the UN says is beyond catastrophic.
Yes. Good. That's what should be said. CTV News later apologized for its factually accurate reporting following a pro-Israel group's pressure campaign.
Using the phrases genocide, continue to starve, and the people of Palestine without properly attributing them to a United Nations report they originated from. We regret this error and apologize for it.
We apologize for reporting accurately on this horrendous crime. Oh. So the occasional time when somebody does slip up and actually say the truth, they have to apologize. They have to take it back. Take it back. You see, what I would like to see is more of this on Canadian TV, because our mainstream media, I have not seen anything like this. Talking about Nevada media. Let's have a listen.
Significant is the fact that Tony Blair's involved in discussions about a post-war Gaza.
Well, I guess it's because Satan was unavailable. I mean, look, Tony Blair.
Yeah. Yeah, Satan's been busy these days. Talking about a post-Gaza with the United States. I'm pretty sure most people here have seen that video that the White House tweeted out about their vision of a post, of what they imagine Gaza will turn into. Gaza land, or whatever the fuck they want to call it. Golden Gaza. Trump's ideal paradise. It's disgusting. And the thought that anyone would go to the United States to talk about that. as opposed to talking about how to stop the fucking genocide, is beyond reproach.
And Tony Blair, the Tony Blair Institute, it's never met a despot whose money they didn't want to take. All right, so they did work with, you know, the regime of Kazakhstan. They took their money. They've done all kinds of PR work for some really, really grubby individuals, and I see this as a complete continuity of it.
And which particular grubby individual?
Well, no, I'm talking here about the Kazakh regime in particular, and also Paul Kagame.
Right.
What I'm talking about in terms of the Tony Blair Institute's role with the Gaza Riviera plan is that they had been sitting in on those meetings, which were involving putting together the pitch deck, which is basically a way of glamorizing ethnic cleansing. So at this current summit in Washington, there is no Palestinian representative.
That's true.
So this is a series of talks involving Israel and Westerners. And if you're Palestinian, there is no reason why you should trust this at all, because the history for Palestinian people has been every time that they've been removed or displaced, they've never been allowed to come back. And that's been from 1947, 1948 onwards. And the only serious discussion about what a lasting ceasefire, a lasting peace and a lasting day one plan would look like would involve leverage. And it would involve saying, okay, Israel has to not just agree to a ceasefire, but stick to it this time, which they didn't do in March, because otherwise no more military aid, no more military support, no more reconnaissance flights, no more trade deals. We're not just going to sanction individual settlers, we're going to sanction settlement goods, and we're going to sanction Israeli goods as well. That's the only way you get them to move.
But back here in Canada, we don't get to see stuff like that on our mainstream media. Samira was tweeting out, "You would never see this solidarity with Palestinian journalists in Canada. The cowardice and careerism won't allow for it. If it was Russia or China or anyone else killing journalists en masse, we would. But the killer is Israel, so the exception applies." And here, I can't play this because there's music on in the background, but several hundred journalists and press freedom supporters gather in Brussels to demand an end to the deliberate killing of journalists in Gaza, as well as ceasefire and right for foreign journalists to enter and report from the enclave. The thing is that the precedent for this was set a long time ago. That, again, there are no lines. And the crimes of the past that were never accounted for allow for the crimes of today. And because this happened, the killing of Shireen Abu Akleh, Palestinian American journalist who was shot in the head while covering a raid by the Israeli Defense Forces. No one was held accountable for this. Had the United States actually taken this seriously and held Israel accountable for this, then things might be different now. But when Israel got away with it back then, it kind of gives them this green light, this indication of like, well, if they didn't hold us accountable then, they're not going to hold us accountable in the future. And like a toddler, they try to see what they can get away with, and they keep on escalating it and going more and further and further and further. I've been saying this from the beginning, that Israel won't stop unless other nations force it to stop, or until they've completed their goal of genocide. Those are the only two ways. They're not going to have like a moment of conscience. That's it. Either the other nations step in and force them to stop, or they're just going to keep on going. And I think we see where it's going. Just wanted to get down to, was it this? Ramifications. People can look up this, but I'm pretty sure most of you already know about this. Because, like, if they can kill doctors, nurses, food aid workers, journalists. What's next? Just politicians of their nation? Yemen's Houthis confirm prime minister killed in Israeli strike on Sana'a. This was earlier in the week, but it was just getting reported on in the past couple days. Houthis condemn killing of Ahmed al-Rawani. Rawai? I don't have the graphic here. I'm horrible with names. Other government ministers in Israeli attack on Yemen's capital this week. A Houthi official vowed vengeance against Israel after a Yemeni group confirmed that an Israeli airstrike earlier this week killed the prime minister of the Houthis government in the capital, Sana'a. See, it's not the protesters on university campus that is making the people in Israel unsafe. It's shit like this. It's what their government is doing that makes all the people in Israel really unsafe. Ahmad al-Arai was killed in a Thursday strike on Sana'a along with several other ministers, the Houthis said in a statement on Saturday. And do we really have to play this game? If that had been the Canadian Prime Minister and, part of his cabinet, do you think the reporting on this would just be in Al Jazeera? If it had been the UK Prime Minister and part of their cabinet, I'm pretty sure the BBC would run with it. Yeah. If it had been the Israeli Prime Minister and part of their cabinet, I'm pretty sure whichever nation did that would be nuked. But nope, they can just go and now kill the Prime Minister of another nation and consequences? The only consequences will come is if the Yemeni can actually mount a strike back. If they can get enough support to actually hit Israel back. That's it. That's it. Al-Rawi was who served as prime minister in the area's divided country that the group controls, was targeted along with other members of the Houthi-led government during a workshop, the statement said. Oh, so they do know how to target. The idea. If they know how to target, all those hospitals that they accidentally bombed. The Houthis did not specify how many other ministers were also killed in an Israeli attack. We shall take vengeance and we shall forge from the depths of the wounds of victory. Mahdi al-Masat, a Yemeni politician and military officer who serves the chairman of the Supreme Political Council, the Houthis said in a video message later the day. Israel's attack on Sana'a, which the Israeli military had said struck a Houthi terrorist regime military target, came as tensions in the regions continue to escalate amid Israel's war on Gaza. At least they're saying war on Gaza as opposed to war with Gaza. You see, when I heard about this on Twitter, because despite how much Twitter is a hostile fart sauna, you do hear about these things, and you Google it. At this point, I just go straight to Al Jazeera because they're going to have it, versus, mainstream media. So now they're killing prime ministers. Like all the other prime ministers, shouldn't you show solidarity with your fellow prime minister? Just like the journalists here, shouldn't you be showing solidarity with the journalists that are being slaughtered over in Gaza? The doctors, because we've heard about some of the doctors that have gone over to Gaza, but some of them will also talk about the doctors here that would rather go over to Israel to help with the IDF. It's sick. I can't wrap my head around this. I can't. There's this idea that this can happen and oops. Nothing, not a peep, not a peep. And then in the United States, so we have all this horrid stuff happening, and instead of any punishment, any accountability, any sanctions, we have this in the United States happening right now. Beverly Hills has passed a resolution to display Israeli flags in U.S. public schools. I'm sorry, but how many other flags, nations can you do that with? Where's the resolution to fly the Canadian flag in public schools? That might as well be the Nazi flag. This should be a no-brainer for school districts that represent one of the only Jewish majority communities outside of Israel. Beverly Hills Vice Mayor John Merskowitz said in a meeting Tuesday, flexing his in-group's ethnic power. Well, there's a video, so let's watch the video.
Resolution passes 3-2.
Thank you.
A stamp of approval by the Beverly Hills Unified School District Board of Education, passing a resolution meant to combat anti-Semitism in the community and drawing strong reaction from the public and board members.
This is a time right now that Jews are being killed and slaughtered on the street and threats are being are happening. So enough.
Can I see the source on that? Where is this happening in the United States? Is it even happening in Israel? Or is it the Palestinians, that are in the West Bank and Gaza that are being slaughtered in the streets, in particular Gaza? Where exactly in the United States is it unsafe to be walking around if you're Jewish? Like, other than we're talking about the same areas where a black person wouldn't be safe walking around in. Because I will admit, there are lots of areas in the United States that if you're queer, black, brown, Hispanic, Jewish, you might have some issues walking around in. And they're probably trying to pass motions to fly other sorts of flags. But how is this a thing in the public schools to be like, no, 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 we're going to have the Israeli flag flying? Which is just making the Star of David a hate symbol. And that is so sick. To have this religious symbol tied in like that. Because again, it is anti-Semitic to say that all Jewish people are Zionists, because they are absolutely not. It is not one and the same, and not all Zionists are Jewish. It is... But people are going to associate it. And it's things like this that actually do lead to real anti-Semitism going on the rise.
Resolution would, among other things, recognize May as Jewish Heritage Month, display the Israeli flag at each school and facility, call for education and awareness around Jewish history and culture, and designate October 7th, 2023 as an annual day of remembrance. Supporters say the measure is needed amid rising anti-Semitism to make Jewish students feel safe and supported.
How about raising those pride flags for all the trans flag in particular? How about you raise the trans flag for all the trans students that don't feel safe in the United States schools, where a lot of them are banned from locker rooms and sports and all that sort of stuff? How about that? No? No? Huh. How about some flags from South America, Venezuela, Mexico, those areas? Anything? Because I'm sure a lot of them aren't feeling safe right now with the ice raids going on. You might want to show them some solidarity and compassion. Anything? No.
I believe this vote is for the Jewish people, for anti-Semitism, and why there needs to be education and training.
This should be a no-brainer for a school district that represents one of the only Jewish majority communities outside of Israel.
But opponents argue that displaying the Israeli flag in a public school setting blurs the line between supporting Jewish people and endorsing the Israeli government, particularly during the war in Gaza, adding that other ethnic and religious groups exist in the school district as well.
Does any flag of a foreign nation belong on a public school facility here in Beverly Hills? Of course not.
Moreover, some organizations and local parents warn the resolution is not designed to protect all students. Instead, it could alienate certain kids, exclude other persecuted communities, and even fuel more anti-Semitism.
I think I wanted to backtrack on this. Bassem Youssef just saying this is fucking insane. There was somebody saying it was like the same as, do I have it here? I thought I had it here. The way that Trump was going to limit aid to certain states and stuff if they were showing anything pro-Palestinian. I thought I had that here. That comment. Is it under here? Yeah, it's basically the same as Trump saying you have to pledge loyalty to Israel if you want to expect to see this, you know, disaster relief funding type thing. And meanwhile, here in Canada, you just have families begging to be able to bring the rest of their families over before they die. Because here there was a program for people in Gaza to come over here, a pittance amount, in which very few people have actually been able to make it over here. And this man's daughter died before she could be evacuated. I'm not going to go into all the details. I'll toss this into the SandBox so that people can read it if you like. Really sad story. She was just a couple weeks from actually being evacuated. Oh, darn it. The link is too long. Sorry, you'll have to Google the title. The link is too long. It won't fit in the SandBox. But he's had several family members die before they could come over here. I just want to scooch down to... And that's the girl there. She had just turned 13. So, and then this also caused a problem because she died from malnutrition. She had an underlying condition like cerebral palsy or something. And so she died, which then created a barrier for the people that were supposed to be traveling with her, because their documents show that they should be traveling with a 13-year-old. But because of the war, they were unable to procure her death certificate. And it was only because he bumped into Justin Trudeau, chance meeting, and said something about it, that was able to turn around. Let's see, it should say up here. Yeah, so she died of malnutrition. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? So Jana, who has brain atrophy and always needed 3 caretakers nearby, could not safely travel and stay behind. So after meeting Trudeau, he says Trudeau handed him a card with his office number, and 2 weeks, Al-Khalou was received an email saying Hassan and Miriam's visas were approved. You see, the thing is that the government is very good and quick at doing this when they want to be. Let in hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians. So here we have Montrealer Isra Hillis laments that she's too familiar with the global affairs Canada delays, calling the situation heartbreaking. She says she submitted applications to get her siblings and children to Canada under the country's special measure for Gaza in January 2024. Despite meeting all the requirements, spending thousands of dollars, and doing countless follow-ups, Hillis argues the application remains untouched. She says her sister and children are now in Turkey while her brothers are in Egypt, all without legal status, proper shelter, education, to access to medical. Where was it that I wanted to get to? Those trying to cross into Egypt from the Rafah border must pay thousands of dollars, 5,000 USD for a child and up to 10,000 for an adult. In response to the deteriorating situation, Canada opened a temporary residency visa program to allow 5,000 Palestinians to reunite with extended family. So only 5,000 Palestinians if you had family here and if you could prove that you weren't part of Hamas in any way whatsoever, even though there's no way to prove that anymore because all the buildings have been destroyed. It stopped accepting applications March 6, according to the IRCC website. IRCC says it does not plan on accepting any new applications. According to a July 23rd Amnesty International press release, only a few dozen Gazans have arrived in Canada under the TRV program. Some 800 Gazans have arrived through other pathways. It called the program a heartbreaking failure. Families remain painfully separated, with many loved ones trapped in Gaza under relentless bombardment or stranded in Egypt, often in overcrowded or unsafe conditions while awaiting word on their TRV status, said Amnesty International. The IRCC confirmed to CTV News that some 1,750 people who exited Gaza have been approved to come to Canada, and 864 have arrived as of July 8th. And of course, you gotta say, 50 hostages still being held by Hamas. Yeah. The Gaza Health Ministry and United Nations have said that over 61 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces since October 8th. And thousands of others are missing or trapped under rubble. Trapped under rubble, not so much. Rachel Atwood, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Scary thought, does anyone menstruate in Gaza? No. I'd find it highly unlikely. For those of you who don't have uteruses, you can stop menstruating if you're severely malnourished and not getting the nutrition you need. I know in the United States in particular, there was a problem with their Olympic gymnasts losing the ability to menstruate because they were told to be anorexic, basically. But you need to have a certain level of health in order to menstruate at all. And I would imagine that not too many people are these days. But back here in Canada, we have some really, really shitty people. Huge turds, just moose-sized turds of people. So this particular person used to be an MPP, I believe, an MPP. I can't remember. Provincial. 3 former parliamentarians, 3 parties, I guess she was an MP, 3 regions, 1 shared belief. The Order of Canada must reflect the values that unite us. Today, Selena Robinson, Kevin Vaughan, and I asked Chief Justice to review the appointment of Mr. Mohad Thakin. So they want the Order of Canada removed from this person because he's pro-Palestinian. These 3 former parliamentarians that we're about to dosh on. So Lisa McLeod says, the Order of Canada is our country's highest civilian honor. It recognizes those in word and deed desire a better country. That standard must be protected. With honor comes responsibility. When that standard is breached, silence is not an option. Mr. Thakin recently posted, if you are a Canadian and supporter of Israel, you do not have basic human values, let alone Canadian values. No notes. That sounds about right. This is not just a political opinion, it's dehumanizing, exclusionary statement that targets fellow Canadians, Jewish or otherwise. No Canadian should ever be told they lack basic human or Canadian values because of their ethnicity, identity, or support for a democratic ally. This isn't about Israel. It's about belonging, dignity, and pluralism in Canada. As 3 former elected officials from different political stripes and regions, we know of the power of words. We also know the gravity of the highest honor of the country. This is a call for accountability. We urge the Chief Justice to conduct a formal review. The order must represent all Canadians, not division, not hate, because they deserve a better country, and so do we. Canadians are invited to join us by signing this petition. Who are these 3 former parliamentarians she is talking about? She is one of them. Yeah, she's one of them. Oh, she is an MPP, or was. This is the MPP that just penned that. Outgoing Ottawa MPP apologizes for inappropriate posts, blasts Islamophobic. Who's shocked? I've also done stories on her. She tweeted out an image of a chalk message on a university campus that said, "Free Palestine," and said it was a terrorist image. Covered her plane. She is Islamophobic like nobody's business. Lisa McLeod deletes post about Muslim man seeking her seat in next provincial election. I covered this at the time. It was a whole lot of hatred going on there. But who are these 2 others that are involved with this, wanting to have this person have his, Order of Canada award removed? Kevin Mong. He's another one. And he also took to Twitter with it. The Order of Canada is our very best. It represents its recipients should unify, not divide. Lisa McLeod, Selena Robinson, and on refused to stand by while Canada's highest honor is disgraced. We call for Mr. Atkins OC to be revoked. Sign our petition and join up. So who's Kevin Vaughan, you might ask? Well, you see, Lisa was saying that there are 3 different parliamentarians from 3 different stripes. She was, not shocking alert, conservative. She was in the Conservative Party. Kevin Vaughan initially ran as a Liberal. And I say initially because by the time he got to his seat, he was an independent. Why? Oh, you see, there's this. Where's Kevin Vaughan, embattled MP, still silent on dropped sex assault charges following election? See, this was found out during the election that he had dropped sex assault charges that he didn't bother to disclose to the vetting team of the Liberal Party. And so the Liberal Party said, okay, so you're no longer on the Liberal ticket, but since it was so close to the election, he still won anyway as the Liberal, even though he was now sitting as an independent, because, this. Voters seek answers from independent MP who ran as a Liberal and promised to address past sexual assault case. So those 3 different stripes of politicalness, huh? Now, I didn't see a tweet from the 3rd parliamentarian, but I have covered her on my channel, and some of you might recognize the name. Selena Robinson, BC minister under fire for comments about Middle East before creation of Israeli state. Yeah, she was the one that was said on camera that when Westerners got over there was just a bunch of Palestinians on a crappy piece of land, and that it was Israel, it was the Jewish people who came over and made that land worth anything after kicking all those people off. Selena Robinson apologizes after referring to region where Israel was established as crappy piece of land with almost no one on it. And it was only the Jewish people that added value to that land. And so she was an NDP MPP in BC. That's a whole lot of letters. So she was from the New Democratic Party of British Columbia, sitting as, I believe, an MPP, member of provincial parliament. Oh, they might go as an MLA, member of Legislative Assembly over there. And yeah, so she was no longer minister, but then she felt like she had to step aside because everyone didn't like her anymore. And she felt like she was being bullied into stepping away from the party. And then she didn't run for re-election. Does this have the quote? I think this has the quote.
Thank you. Thank you for this. And so the question was, with IRA, what do we need to do to get it actioned? Because I think adopting it isn't really enough, right? You can adopt it, but so what? And so my perspective is really about education, right? We have a whole generation, and we know from the data that it's 18 to 34-year-olds that have no idea about the Holocaust. They don't even think it happened. They don't even understand that Israel was offered to the Jews who were displaced. So they have no.
It was just offered to them. Yeah. Like here, we give this. Who gave them that? Who offered them that land? Was it the people who were living on it?
No connection to how it started. They don't understand that it was a crappy piece of land with nothing on it. There were, several 100,000 people, but other than that, it didn't produce an economy. It couldn't grow things. It didn't have anything on it. And that it was the folks who were displaced that came, and the people who had been living there for generations, and together they worked hard and they had their own battles, right?
Yeah. It was just a crappy piece of land with no one on it. Well, except for the, hundreds of thousands of people that were on it. But, we actually got there and made it into something. Yeah, so she is just also a horrid individual. And then she got all aggrieved and was like, I'm the victim. I was surprised and flabbergasted by the comments because they were both incredibly ahistoric and inaccurate. Oh, this is somebody actually criticizing her, so I can't use that voice. Here she goes. I want to apologize for my disrespectful comment referring to the origins of Israel on a crappy piece of land. I was referring to the fact that the land had limited natural resources. I understand that this flippant comment has caused pain and that it diminishes the connection Palestinians also have to the land. I regret what I said and I apologize without reservation. Now, you see, my biggest issue was the NDP didn't kick her out. They just no longer had her as a minister, but she was still part of the caucus. She had to step away because the pressure was so much. And then she just said, I'm being targeted because I'm Jewish. That's the type of people who are here, but we should probably take a look at who they are targeting. They are targeting this person here. Mohammed Thakin, a coordinated, well-funded pro-Israel campaign is trying to come after my reputation, my Order of Canada, my business, and my staff, with threats, smears, even physical attacks, all because I speak the truth about the genocide in Gaza. This isn't about one tweet. It's about silencing anyone who dares to speak up. I won't be intimidated. Watch my video. Let's watch his video.
My Dandas and two other... Hello everyone, it's Mohammed Fiki. Over the last few days, there has been a coordinated, funded campaign to smear me. This is not just coming from supporters of Netanyahu's regime trying to twist my words. This is an organized pro-Israel lobby effort meant to trigger hate, intimidate, and silence me. Just this week, they've attacked my reputation and my Order of Canada. I've received death threats. They've called to boycott Paramount. My Dundas and two other locations were physically attacked. We've received many one-star reviews unfairly. Franchisees are being threatened. None of this will intimidate me. This campaign is not about this one tweet. It's about distracting Canadians from everything I've been saying all along. The truth, they don't want Canadians to hear. I've had many friends and colleagues in the Jewish community reaching out. They've told me that they disagree with the smear campaign and they will not stand for it. But they've also said that people around them are confused So let me be clear. Netanyahu's Israel is committing a genocide. Israel is starving children, bombing hospitals, killing journalists, and of course, innocent civilians. These actions are not consistent with Canadian values, as we all know. In my tweet, I'm referring to anyone who supports Israel and has failed to denounce these crimes or continue to justify them. And let's be honest, it is completely disingenuous to suggest that criticizing support for Netanyahu's Israel is the same as threatening or expressing hate against the Jewish people or anyone. And in a free and open democracy, we should be able to debate policies of a foreign state. This vicious attack against my freedom of speech proved the exception when it comes to Palestine. I know that, you know that, and they know that. But as usual, when their support of genocide becomes indefensible, smears, personal attacks, and attempts to divide Canadians become their weapon of choice. Claims that I threatened Canadians are nothing more than an attempt to distract. I have never threatened anyone in my life. Now the Toronto Sun is publishing a story because of a few disgraced former politicians signed a letter calling for my Order of Canada to be revoked and has refused to print my comments because they don't want readers to hear the truth. I will take
Not shocked.
no lessons on Canadian values from them. My record is consistent. I have always stood against hate, Islamophobia, racism, anti-Semitism. I've donated to synagogues, churches, and mosques. And that's why I got nominated to the Order of Canada. Because being Canadian means standing up for justice, peace, and compassion. So let me say this one last time. I will not be silenced in bringing awareness to Israel's ongoing crimes, which I believe is a responsibility that comes with the honor of being a member of the Order of Canada. I will continue to speak the truth and be the voice of the voiceless. And history will remember where we all stood. Thank you so much.
And to help support him, there's this. So the Canadian Muslim Public Affairs Council, Mohammed Fakin, philanthropist, Order of Canada recipient, and CEO of Paramount 5 Foods, is being targeted by a coordinated smear. Yeah. So take 2 minutes to write to the Governor of General today to demand that they reject this campaign of defamation against Mr. Fakin here. So I will toss this into the SandBox. For people to share. So already almost 6,000 emails have been sent. Okay, what's next? More from Yiping G. I just wanted to add this story because sometimes you want to know why people got involved the way that they did. And he was asked to share one story from Palestine that changed him forever. And this was his answer to that.
Hi, my name's Yipeng. I'm a family doctor based in Canada. And one story that changed me forever from Palestine was working in primary care clinics in central Rafah last year and being with Palestinian healthcare workers who put a bowl of hot lentil soup in front of me in the middle of a busy clinic to encourage me, to force me to eat, to share food with them, despite how little food they had at that point. And to know that my healthcare worker colleagues in Gaza, in Palestine, are not able to eat, not able to feed their families, is devastating, knowing that they were sharing food with me just last year as we were working together in these clinics. And every time I have lentil soup now, I think about those memories. Every time I have food, I think about my starving colleagues who are working tirelessly night and day to take care of their community, take care of their people during the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
It is, like, it does, it's haunting. The amount of times I'll just turn on the tap in my bathroom and just be reminded of, you know, their lack of ability to do something as simple as that over in Gaza and what's happening to them when I take my medication in the morning. All of it. It is just, it should have never got to where it is. It should have never started. Humanity should have stepped in a long time ago. But speaking of humanity, this was new right before I came online, so I haven't even got a good look at it yet, but this is from Drop Site News. The global Samad flotilla, the largest civilian mission to break Gaza's siege, launches today with 50 plus ships from 44 countries. Drop Site editor Alex Coulson is on board and will be reporting live as it sails from Barcelona towards Gaza. That's incredible. Hopefully there's no music on this. So here, before the launch today, Drop Site filmed scenes at the port of Barcelona as about 30 boats of the global Samad flotilla prepared to sail towards Gaza. The launch includes a press conference with the flotilla's steering committee, joined by public figures sailing aboard, including Swedish activist Greta Thunberg and actor Liam Cunningham.
Where the global Samud flotilla will set sail toward Gaza on Sunday, August 31st.
I can drop this link into the SandBox if people want. It's just, there's a few videos to go over, and I haven't watched this yet. But I imagine it's all good stuff. This is great. 50 ships, as opposed to just one that can easily be, you know, boarded by the IDF, and they can then, you know, abuse and assault the black people on board. But yeah, we need more of this. We need a lot more of it. So I'm going to toss that link as well into the SandBox. I can't remember if you need to be on the hostile fart sauna in order to see this stuff. But if not, you can always probably just head over to Drop Site News to see it. Okay. So that is it for that docket. Then we'll get into the book bannings. I think I still have in there docket after that as well. Oh, I still have 2 more dockets after that. Let's see. I think I might try splitting this. I tried it last time. So yeah, I will split this so that I go over some of it tomorrow. I don't have anything planned tomorrow, so I can do another live stream tomorrow, because last week I tried to split it Friday, Sunday, so that I'm not doing a 5-hour long live stream, because they take a lot out of me. I ended up doing 2 4-hour long live streams. But I'll go over the book banning stuff, because that's in the title, and then I'll save the rest for tomorrow. I'll do a live stream, possibly a shorter live stream, because of what I'm covering. Just because, yeah, 5-hour long live streams are exhausting. But before we get on to the next docket, let's check what's happening in the SandBox. Oh, and I've also been wanting to say that right now, somebody buys one of my books, I will give you a sneak peek on something I've been working on. The TYT video. Yes, I've been doing this thing lately called setting an alarm to wake up in the morning. It's mind-boggling how effective that is. And I've actually been doing work on it, like actual productive work. I'm almost done the first part. So So if one person, just one person, buys this book right now, ebook or paperback, I will give you a sneak peek of a section of that I've put together so far. As in, I will show you the images and video and tell you what the dialogue will be. I don't have it filmed or anything yet because I need to finish the script first. But yeah, somebody buys my book, you get a sneak peek of the video that I'm doing. A part that I haven't shown before because I just made it. Because that's the thing about making the TYT video is a lot of accidental research is happening. I also saw a video on Saturday with Anna Kasparian on Doomscroll, and I was really, really upset after that video. Like, just viscerally upset at a lot of the things that she was saying and how she was trying to come across and stuff. And it was just so infuriating. The projection, the gaslighting, accusing the left of not doing any introspection. Using the Michael Brooks quote of, you know, fight the system, love the people, individuals, the way that Mike said it, Michael Brooks. But for her to use that as a way, you're supposed to love all of these MAGA influencers, but, you know, tear down the system that caused them. See, to me, it's more nuanced. When it comes to any particular individual MAGA person, and I hear their particular story, I can have some sympathy for them because they are trapped in a system that needs to be torn down, and maybe they're just victims of that system as well, and usually they are. However, if they want people like me dead, I don't have that much sympathy for them. I don't want them dead. They want me dead. There's a difference. Let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. Oh, okay, I think I saw that. I'll scroll down a bit. Canadian Socialists, thank you for showing support for Queers for Palestine. Not a problem. I report the news as accurately as I can, and they were not the problem. They were not the issue at play. It was the mayor and the organizers who were falling back on commitments. Rachel Atwood, Israel doesn't recognize the Houthi government as legitimate at all, right? I believe they just identify them as a terrorist organization. That is my belief, that Israel thinks of them as just a terrorist organization and not like an actual government. Well, let's just say Israel pretty much thinks anyone that's against them is a terrorist organization. Vicky Clee, oh, come on, Sandy. Canadian flag isn't that bad. Depends on who you ask. Canadian Socialists, they should fly all the countries being targeted by America, Canada, Greenland, Venezuela, Panama. Yeah, all the countries that America has threatened to do something with. Let's see. You're right, Gibson, Waja, Alf, Francesca, Bad Hasperata, the first 100 days on Zateo was great. Yeah, I saw that, I was glad she got on Zateo. I was sad to see that the show that Francesca was on ended. That said, I didn't get around to watching any of them, so it's not that I didn't want to, it's just there's a glut of content that, you know, especially I try to focus on more Canadian issues here, so then when I'm watching other issues, it's I watch a lot of political news and a lot of political shows, and I only have so much brain capacity for so much. Because do you know what I'm going to do after this to unwind? Go and watch some of the Owen Jones videos I have on the playlist. Because that's how you unwind. You watch more political news. I'll probably skip over the ones from Gaza, though, and just see some of the older ones when he was talking about, like, queer issues or something. Or COVID. You know, back in the old days when you just had to worry about anti-queerness and in a deadly pandemic. Let's see. And I saw that super chat. Did I miss? Just want to make sure I haven't missed any. So yeah, if anybody has bought my book, let me know. I might be able to check. It might have a delay, but it's partly because I haven't sold a single book this month. Necroplasm. Vampire horror, loaded with my political and social commentary. If you like my commentary, you'll love my book. I love my book. I love it so hard. Part of my motivation to get my TYT video done is so that I can go back to focusing on the sequels and prequels for this book. Because that's all I want to do. I just want to live in this world. Whenever I'm not participating with reality, I'm in this world of this book. So I need one person to just buy it. Instead of donating me money directly, just go on Amazon, hop on Amazon and buy it. And yeah, and then I'll give you a sneak peek of the TYT video I've been slaving away at. Oh my God, the amount of work that you have to be autistic, ADHD, and OCD in order to be pulling this off. And also just a reminder, hermeteorologist, if you're still in the SandBox, a little special something for you to say thank you. Etchbox, thank you, Sandy, for doing the super heavy topic. It's hard but necessary. Yeah. And I try to do the Canadian connection too, because that's not usually as covered as much. And it's also a little bit lighter. Not that it's light, but you know, it's not gore related. Vicky Clee, there's some who can still get, there still some who get pregnant somehow, so obviously they are menstruating. Some people will still be menstruating in Gaza, but I would imagine that number has dropped. But yeah, it's Bad Lefty. Canada has Valley Girls too? Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to find comments that I know the context of. Hermeteorologist saying, we have a lot of asshats here in BC. Yeah, she was part of the NDP. That's supposed to be the socialist parties here in Canada. Until they get into power. Canadian Socialist Canada was just offered to us. Yeah. Isn't that how it works? Settlers go and the land is just there for the taking? Ugh. Yeah, and they're chopping down all the olive trees in Gaza, in the West Bank. It's just, yeah. Horrid, horrid, everything. I don't know why Trump is trending so alive. I don't think it's because he's unalived. I just find it so funny that he was trending like that. Everyone suspecting he had died and everyone kind of celebrating. And I have just a tiny bit of joy there that he's still alive, knowing how much he loves to be on Twitter, that he must have seen some of that. Some of that celebration at the thought he's dead. He must have seen some of that. And that just brings a little bit of light to my heart in these dark times. Oh. Let's see what people are saying. Brad Lefty, release the TYT tape. Canadian Socialist, will you do a book discussion, by the way? I might buy it on Prime. I love talking about that book, but I can't start now, or I won't be able to get to the talk of the books that are being banned in Alberta. If you go back to last month, so there's an episode of This Space. So I go on This Space, which is a new YouTube channel that everyone should go and subscribe to. And the ultimate goal is to get a 24/7 YouTube channel of leftist content creators of all sorts of varieties. And what I've been doing is the last Wednesday of the month, I go on as the main character from my book, Minuet, a vampire who's a little bit over 1,400 years old, to give social and political commentary from her perspective. And the first time I did that, I read the first chapter of the book, so you can hear that. But I also talk about the book in those when I'm dressed up as Minuet, because I love my book. I love it so hard. Oh my God. You know what? Because I'm going to be putting some of this off to tomorrow I can talk more about it when I do my live stream. I'll probably start at 6 p.m. again, because I just want to get through the book docket, and then tomorrow I'll cover, they were more like odds and ends stories, but you know, I still feel they're important, following up on the right to defend yourself. People got so mad at my video because I clipped it when I was talking about the right to defend yourself, because, you know, I said that you do not have the right to murder people should they come onto your property, and that anyone who is against the death penalty should be against that. That said, you still have a right to defend yourself. I never denied that. You just don't have the right to, you know, hit someone over the head with a baseball bat and they go down. You then can't go over and continue to bash them in the head. Like, there's limits. There's limits. People got so mad at my clipped video of that, because I can go in and see the likes ratios and stuff. And normally, like for a live stream or not so political video, the likes are over 95%. This video had 41% likes. They were so mad at all these. Of course I have the right to kill someone should they come onto my property. No, your home does not turn into the purge as soon as somebody walks in. Like, it's just... And it's like, if that's what they were thinking I was saying, that you have to sit by and stuff, it's like, no, you still have a right to defend yourself, just within reason. Come on. I'm not saying you can't. I'm not even saying you can't kill in self-defense. You can, if it's reasonable for the situation. I'm just saying you can't knock them out and then continue to kill them. So I have some follow-up on that, because of course Pierre Poilievre wants to get into it. Talk about some temporary foreign worker programs, so some working issues, housing issues, more provincial type stuff. Oh, and then I won't be out of steam to cover this as well. Okay. Yeah, I'll just pop this on screen briefly. I wanted to go over this, even though it's like a one-off story, but it's, you know, I find these things very important. So I'll be covering this tomorrow. The untold story of the RCMP's probe of residential school abuse. Very important story to cover. So I'll be doing that tomorrow, as well as some provincial stuff. about healthcare, equalization payments and stuff. What's happening. Oh, right. That's in the title, isn't it? No, it's not. I talked about book banning, journalists being targeted. What was the other thing that I put in the title? The parade. Okay, yeah. As long as I'm covering everything, so it was the book banning, the parade canceling, and the journalists being targeted I have in the title. So I'll cover this tomorrow. So I have 2 full dockets for tomorrow. That'll do it at about 6. But I want to cover the book banning now. And so I might have more time to talk about my book tomorrow, but tomorrow is September 1st. So then if you buy it tomorrow, then I wouldn't have sold it in August. Bad Lefty then released the TYT tape. I still have a lot of work to do on it. So I'm almost done the first part, and I'm breaking it into 2 parts at a minimum. And as I'm doing it, I'm doing what I'm calling accidental research. As in, I'm looking up something and find something else that's like, oh my God, this needs to be added. And so it keeps on getting longer and longer, but my God, the algorithm gods have been so kind to me on this one. The stuff I'm coming across, like just random videos and stuff, it's like, that's good to have. But then I was doing some research on Anna Kasparian a long time ago because I had in my head of doing a video called the Anna Kasparian Pendulum to talk about her swinging back and forth. And that kind of got shelved because everything else that was happening at the time and whatnot. But there are clips from that I'm like, oh, I have a clip from that I remember that I can put into this one that's really relevant and important. And so some of that research is finally being used for this, thankfully. I've watched way too much TYT content. My brain hurts. It hurts. Oops, jumped. Where was it? Okay. But you have to let me know that you've bought the book, and I will take your word for it. Vicky Klee, there's a news story in the TYT saga. Someone called Annie Fitzgerald was part of the TYT army and let go by Alison Hartson due to her disabilities. Huh. I'll have to look into that. I know Annie Fitzgerald. The name Alison doesn't ring a bell. Oh, I'll have to look into it because it would be relevant. So in part 1, I'm going over the initial premises to the video, TYT fans against actual leftists, and some drama that happened there that led into all of this. And then it's talking about the audience who's left, the former hosts who've left, the mods that left, talking about all of that and how Jank and Anna have turned on a lot of the people that used to be friendly with and all that sort of stuff. And then the second part will be the issues they've turned around on. Although it might also include the Sam and Emma saga in the second part because the first part is already long enough. I'm just about to start working on the Francesca turn. That might also be put into the second part depending on how long it is. Because a lot of the montages I already had made, and so I'm just inserting them and adding and taking away and whatnot. But I hadn't completed the Francesca montage because news was breaking right at the time that I was still working on them, where she was being banned from TYT. So I still need to do that montage. I have a lot of the sources put together. And I also need to complete the montages for Sam and Emma. So the thing is that the second part might actually take me longer to do because there's a lot of incomplete montages that need to be put into it. Let's see. So like Vicky Allison is the head mod on TYT payroll. They banned me too after her mods quit. Bobby, I bought it but still haven't read it. I bought it for my partner. Oh, thank you. Vicky Klee, we're talking about it on Loon's Friday stream. Okay. Happy Labor Day, Canadian Socialist. Taking a year further over on the East Coast, eh? Let's see. The Wild West, defending myself with a flamethrower. Yeah. Let's see. Vicky Klee, it's not released in details yet. Annie is looking to link with Hank, winners and losers, to share a story. Okay. I have plenty to put in my video. I'm good. Okay, let's get to the book banning section. Okay. Before we get into the book banning section, Linear wants to say hi. Say hi, Linear. Hi, Linear. Hi, Linear. Oh, you're so cute. Yeah, there we go. Hermeteorologist, I put together something special just for you. Now that I'm thinking about kitty cats. Oh, the Wild West. Margaret Atwood has a reaction. I'll have to look it up. Okay, you need to get your fuzz out of my shirt. There we go. Down you go. Down you go. Is her reaction on Twitter? Oh, darn it. Now I need to look it up. Oh, it's on Global News. I'll add it. 3 hours ago. Of course, 3 hours ago. Is there any video attached to this or just comments? I think it's just comments. Okay. Well, it is now added in the docket. Oh, it's on Twitter? Let's see. Is this linked to the Twitter, the news story? No. Okay, let's see. What's her Twitter account? Oh, found it. Okay. I'm not seeing her reaction. That's from August 19th. Oh, well, I have the Global News article about it, so hopefully it's in there. Oh, maybe it's this. Okay, yeah, I think I got it. Okay, I think I got it. It's added in the docket. Let's get to it. So, from the CBC, The Handmaid's Tale among more than 200 books to be pulled at Edmonton Public Schools. You see, part of the reason why The Handmaid's Tale is of note here is Margaret Atwood, the author, is Canadian. Yeah, this is just, yeah. Titles like The Handmaid's Tale, Brave New World, and some others are to be pulled from library shelves at Edmonton Public Schools come fall, according to documents shared with CBC News. An internally distributed list obtained by CBC News showed more than 200 books deemed sexually explicit are slated for removal from school library shelves for students in kindergarten to grade 12. It comes after policy from Alberta's education minister outlines new rules. Okay, yeah, we got that. The list became public on Thursday. In a statement to CBC News, Edmonton Public School Board Chair Julie Cusick said there's a list of books that will be removed from schools as a result of the government's ministerial order. Cusick said the book shares concerns raised by community members and opposed the policy. As a result, the ministerial order, several excellent books will be removed from our shelves this fall. The statement read, Division of Staff worked on the summer to ensure that only books that directly met the criteria in the ministerial order were added to the division's removal list. The school board confirmed the contents on the list Friday. So let's see. So we don't really need to get into the article because I have some videos and stuff to go over as well. So the breakdown here, breakdown AB, they follow political news in Alberta because they are Albertan. So the UPC has not banned just over 100 books from Edmonton School. The list is over 200. Here's the list that we have been provided. We're just going to click on some of these. 1,000 Suns, American Gods, American Psycho, Breach Read, Birdie, Burned, Choke, Confess. I don't know most of these titles. Forbidden Forever. Game of Thrones. That one I do know the name of. Yeah, Game of Thrones has been banned. Fun Home, How I Paid for College. It, from Stephen King. To be fair with that, there really should be a revised version of that book to come out. I'm just saying, there's something at the end of it that, yeah, maybe it would be a good idea to just remove that part from the book. It's not appropriate no matter what age you are. Just saying that in it, there should be a small part of it removed from the book. And I'm if you know what I'm talking about, you're probably nodding your head along with me. Jaws, huh? Leather and Lark. Lolita, are we talking about the Express? Luckily, November 9th. Oxney Snorm. Open Secrets. Yeah. So these are all the books here. And these ones. Let me get into some videos. So again, from the breakdown, this is wild. Not only does Smith concede that school boards have been doing a good job of keeping inappropriate materials out of schools, she also makes it clear that she wants to be the moral arbiter of what kids can read with no background in education.
Is there any potential of changing or tightening up some of that wording in the order?
Yeah, I mean, if there is some lack of clarity, we'll make sure that we're going through with clarity. But let's be clear, like, we don't want 50 Shades of Grey being in the schools either. That's
I don't think 50 Shades of Grey were available in high schools. Just putting that out there. I don't... No. I don't think eroticas and, you know, things like Harlequin romance novels and stuff like that, I don't think that was a problem.
clearly pornographic material. So let's be clear that there are certain things that make a reference to adult behavior that are perfectly within bounds, but then there are books that are in a genre written for pornography, and that is probably outside the bounds. So I think most people, I didn't see 50 Shades of Grey on there, thank heavens. It means they're already not in the school library. So we've already demonstrated that that the school boards do have some discernment.
School boards have already demonstrated that they can figure out, oh, this is probably not appropriate for kids.
We know that there's a difference. And so I think that we're seeing a little vicious compliance here. I think they're being...
This isn't vicious compliance. This is the school boards trying to cover their ass in case anybody decides to push back on said book and not be held accountable for it. They're just being overly cautious. It's not vicious compliance.
I think they've been overly aggressive at what they've put on there, and it helps us launch a conversation about when these books should be introduced at what grade. And I think that parents want to be involved in that conversation. So we'll work with them and any other school board that's having problems interpreting the minister's direction.
And more videos. Eventually. So this is from Courtney Thoreau. I don't know how to say that name. Premier Danielle Smith says Edmonton Public is doing a bit of vicious compliance in complying with the province's age-appropriate books policies. I think this might be a repeat of what we just watched, but there's others down here that I want to see.
That parents were showing us that were accessible to children in elementary school libraries. And so we asked school boards to use their discretion to identify books that might not be age appropriate for elementary school children. And then and Edmonton Public is clearly doing a little vicious compliance over what the direction is. And so if they need us to hold their hand through the process to identify what...
How fucking patronizing is this coming from somebody who doesn't know anything about education?
Kind of materials are appropriate for senior high school students? What kind of materials are appropriate for junior high school students?
Yeah, we all know. So let's get on to the next one. Asked about Ayn Rand being included in the EPSB. Okay, let's just listen to what she has to say about this.
Question. I had a similar question to the book ban. I just wanted to ask about some of those other classic texts.
And no, it's not a book ban.
Pardon me, sorry?
It's not a book ban.
It's a book ban.
I just wanted to ask about this list here. One of the books on the list was Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged. I know in the past you've said that Rand is a hero and a guiding light of yours, documented as far back as the 2010 and 2012 elections. Just any thoughts on that book being removed from this list and any other classic texts that are concerning to be taken away?
I didn't read Atlas Shrugged until I was 22. I had a friend
Probably a good thing.
in grade 10 who read it. Maybe we should make it mandatory reading in high school because it is a pretty influential book, and I think it...
Oh, I didn't read this one till I was 22, but maybe we should make it mandatory reading in high school. Apparently there's lots of sexually explicit scenes in it. But because it's influential, it should probably be mandatory reading, that one. Uh-huh. Now, I'm not saying all books with any sort of sexually explicit scenes should be banned from high schools, because there's some there that, relevant content for teaching about consent and trauma and all that sort of stuff. But if you're allowing that book in, you should be allowing Game of Thrones in.
Until I was 22, I had a friend in grade 10 who read it. Maybe we should make it mandatory reading in high school because it is a pretty influential book, and I think it does really articulate how important it is that we value our entrepreneurs and we value a free enterprise economy. So maybe that should give you some idea. Maybe you don't read passages of Ayn Rand in kindergarten reading time, but maybe when you get to be in junior high or high school, the level of understanding about the concepts in there are absolutely appropriate for school children of that age.
That explains a lot. And just a little bit about Ayn Rand here. Political influence. Although she has rejected the labels of conservative and libertarian, Rand has a continuing influence on right-wing politics and libertarianism. Rand is often considered one of the three most important women, along with Rose Wada Lane and Isabel Patterson, in early development of modern American libertarianism. Yeah, that explains, if that was a big influence on Danielle Smith, I think that explains a lot. That explains a lot. But if there's a lot of sexually explicit scenes in that book, then maybe you should be consistent. And if that's mandatory reading, then maybe other books on that list should be mandatory reading that might also have scenes that are explicitly sexual. Maybe some consistency from a conservative. And then Smith says the age-appropriate policy was super clear in its intent, but they will refine the policy if the school boards aren't understanding it.
Content, and so by of our school boards, and that's because we do have a more decentralized system, and they've identified books that, in their interpretation, may have problematic content. And so my education minister has pledged to work with any school board who might be confused about what it is we're trying to accomplish, so that we can go through and we can identify which school books are appropriate for elementary, which are appropriate for junior high, and which are appropriate for high school. I think that they've overreached on this policy. They've obviously put books on there that there was never any intention of having them target those books, but I think we need to exercise a little judgment here. I think we made it super clear, the things that prompted this policy, and if we need to be a bit more graphic, there's lots of other images.
Oh, there's lots of graphic images in these books.
But that's the point. Graphic images depicting the kind of acts that I just showed in the video are not appropriate for elementary school kids. That's our starting point. And if
Yeah, that's a bit of the moving the goalpost there. Well, not appropriate for elementary school kids. Yes, sexual content in books is not appropriate for elementary school kids, but depending on the content, it is appropriate for, teenagers.
If we need to refine the policy with the school boards because they're not understanding it, then we will go through that with them.
And so I was seeing some backlash on Twitter and stuff, and I was liking some tweets, and I was mentioning earlier that, there was an Owen Jones tweet that I mocked last week because of censorship on Twitter. And the thing is that Twitter is broken. I think most people know that. And so sometimes you can see an image, but then suddenly it becomes age restricted once the AI catches up to it. And so it was a picture of a topless Owen Jones. Sorry. And then it got age restricted after I had liked it. Because he's gay, or the picture was just too damn hot for Twitter. Both are an option. And so it got age restricted suddenly. But I could still see the images if I was just scrolling through my likes or because I follow him, the notifications. And it wasn't until I actually clicked on the tweet that it would disappear behind the age restriction wall because I don't have my age in Twitter. Well, something similar happened. I liked a tweet and I could see the tweet. And then suddenly, that tweet got age restricted. So Nora Loretto is just saying, I read The Diviners in high school. It made such a huge impact on me and my understanding of Canada. Put these books back on the shelf. Don't comply. What are they going to do? Fire people? So I had taken a screenshot of this age-restricted tweet. Prepare yourselves. Prepare your sensitive eyes for what was age-restricted on fucking Twitter. This is the tweet. A teacher had tweeted this out. Because the thing about Twitter AI is if you take a screenshot of it and post it again, it doesn't always pick up on it to make it age restricted. This tweet from Oilbeak showing books they had to pull off the shelves has been age restricted. The dystopian in the books is no longer fiction. Yes, this is the tweet that was age restricted. Saying these are the books I had. Wow. You can't see this with your own eyeballs unless you have your age in Twitter. What the fuck? Because I let Nora Leto, because I quoted it. Where's my quote on it? Where's my quote? Stupid Twitter. No, I don't need to repost it. I want to show my post. Is this it? Ah. And even she's like, LMAO, what? I can't see it either. So she also got age restricted on it. This tweet just showing the titles of books. There is nothing explicit in this. Nothing. And it got age restricted on Twitter. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? Really? 1,000 Splendid Suns. Oh no! Oh no, I saw a title of a book. What if I had been 13 and read the title 1,000 Splendid Suns? Would I ever be the same? There's a bunch of 1,000 Splendid Suns. Is that a series? I don't know. Brave New World. Oh no. What if I was 10 years old and I saw the title Brave New World? How much counseling do you think I would need after that? Probably a lot. I'd say. Yeah. This is the whole compliance in advance thing that the social media is doing with the fascist state that is rolling through all of us. So Twitter International is now age restricting delicious pictures of Owen Jones. I will say it. It was a very nice picture. And books. They're trying to erase them. They're trying to erase, queer folks, books. Like, how can you try to pretend this isn't a book ban when they're literally getting age restricted by just looking at the titles on Twitter? How this is not picking up more steam on Twitter to begin with boggles my mind, other than I think a whole lot of people are putting their age in Twitter, which is, what is wrong with you? More from the breakdown. And this is moving away from the book banning. Oh, if this is moving away from the book banning, then maybe I'll save this for tomorrow. Yeah, okay. This isn't about the book banning anymore. This is about other stuff related to schools. So I think I'll save that for tomorrow. But because it was brought up, the Margaret Atwood takes aim at Alberta school library book ban. Somebody mentioned that she had responded. So Margaret Atwood is taking aim. Okay, we don't need to repeat that. After The Handmaid's Tale was yanked from shelves. In a social media post Sunday, Atwood said, well, why don't we just read it? Boom. Here's a piece of literature by me, suitable for 17-year-olds in Alberta schools, unlike, we are told, The Handmaid's Tale. Sorry, kids, your Minister of Education thinks you are stupid babies. John and Mary were both very, very good children. They never picked their noses or had bowel movements or zits. They grew up and married each other and produced 5 perfect children without ever having sex. Although they claimed to be Christian, they paid no attention to what Jesus actually said about the poor and the Good Samaritan and forgiving your enemies and such. Instead, they practiced selfish, rapacious capitalism, because they worshipped Ayn Rand, though they ignored the scene from the Fountainhead where welcomed rape is advocated, because who wants to dwell, and also that would have involved sex and would be de facto pornographic. Well, it kind of is, eh? Oh, and they never died, because who wants to dwell on, death and corpses and yuck? So they lived happily ever after, but while they were doing that, The Handmaid's Tale came true, and Danielle Smith found herself with a nice new blue dress, but no job. The end. Yeah. Mean shot. Okay. So I talked about the book ban. I'll save the rest of that for tomorrow. Still can't get over that. Okay, all that is school-related stuff. Okay, that will be saved for tomorrow. Because my voice is starting to give out. I'll keep that for tomorrow too. Okie doke. Let's see. Hermeteorologist, if you're in the SandBox still, can you give me a thumbs up? So that you can see? Because on Wednesday, during this space, the YouTube leftist thing that I'm involved with, I was mentioning that I was on later in the day because the vet emergency. You see, my cat Frodo had a lump on the side of his neck that I was very, very worried about. And it had changed and it had gotten bigger and I was worried. And so I called the vet and they had an appointment available that somebody had canceled that day. So I was able to bring him in that day and I was super relieved. And so I brought him into the vet with this big lump on the side of his neck and the vet looked at it and this is going to be TMI, but yes, he does have a bump on the side of his neck. And then a cyst probably grew over top of it, and that cyst ruptured, and there was like the casing of the cyst that had gotten hard and yucky, and basically he pulled it right off. It was a scab, basically. It was just the scab of a cyst. And that's why it was starting to feel different and stuff, was because it was ready to fall off. And so he basically pulled it off, and there was the lump under it. And so it was bleeding a bit because, you know, if you pull off a scab, it will bleed. But it was back, the lump was back down to about the size of a pea. And it's those normal lumps that people tend to get when they're older and stuff, and cats and dogs and whatnot. And so basically I paid $70 to find out Frodo was fine. And I'm also kind of thinking worth it, because if it had been something and I decided to wait thinking, oh, it's nothing, and I had taken him to the vet and the vet said, well, if you had come here sooner, we could have done something. I don't think I would ever be able to live with myself. If that had been the case, if I had decided to, oh, it's probably nothing, and then wait a few days and then suddenly it increases in size by like 5 times or something. I would not be able to live with myself. Like I'd rather catch it and know that I've done everything I can, because I've heard too many horror stories about, you know, elder pets and suddenly they get a tumor on their skin and then within 3 days they've had to put their pet down. And I'm just like, so I'm super cautious, especially the fact that Frodo is 18. He is 18. And so I mentioned that on Thursday, and if anybody could help with my vet bills, I would greatly appreciate it, because yes, the $70 was worth it, but it was still $70 to take him into the vet that day. So any help with that would be greatly appreciated. There's the link in the description box below for PayPal, or if you're Canadian, an e-transfer to SandeeLovas@gmail.com. And all that money goes directly towards his vet bills. Well, her meteorologist was a sweetheart and sent me some money towards that vet bill, and I super appreciate it. So do you want to see what I get to wake up in the mornings because of people like you who have helped me with his vet bills over the years? Because a couple of years ago, he almost did die because his kidneys were really starting to fail and they weren't able to nail down what was wrong. And it was thousands of dollars in vet bills. but because of all the wonderful support that I got from people in the community, he was able to get the treatments and stuff that he needed. He's on daily medication now. He's eating. So other than the fact that, yes, his kidneys are down and he needs the medication to help with his appetite and to keep the nausea down, you would never in 1,000 years think this cat was 18. Let's see if this works. I'm going to do a studio. Where's my studio mode? Make sure that I've set this up right. There we go. It's that one, yeah. Oh, and then I just move it randomly. Oh, it's not working. See, this is why I'm doing this in studio mode. I have to close that first and then open it again, I guess. There we go. There, that one's working. Do the transition. Stop the studio mode. So this is what I get to wake up to every morning. And I do see her meteorologist is still in the SandBox there. So this is what I get to wake up to every morning. And I took this morning. Skip ahead a bit. He makes mornings worth waking up. But yeah, any help finishing to pay off that vet bill would be greatly appreciated. But yeah, He's he's my world. See what people are saying in the sandbox. Hello, Kills Lincoln 7. Hello, what have I missed? A whole lot. Been at this for a while. There were some technical difficulties about an hour into it, so you just have to fast forward through that. But yeah, talking about a parade that was canceled, books that were banned, and journalists that were targeted. So a whole lot of stuff today. Talked about some artwork that I did. But yeah, if anyone, there's still a little bit of time. I still have a little bit of steam in me. If anybody buys this book right now on Amazon, I will give you a sneak peek of my TYT video. In particular, the little segment I have on David Dole. Hello, Monope. The Wild West banned Twilight? LOL. Yeah, 50 Shades of Grey apparently was like fan fiction of Twilight, which... well, they're both terrible, so I guess so. I haven't read either. To be fair, I haven't read either. But for Twilight, I watched the first movie with a whole bunch of improvisers because we did like weekly shows for improv, and we were constantly getting offers related to Twilight, so we figured we should know the source material. And so a whole bunch of us got together to watch it, and it was hilarious. Watching it with a bunch of improvisers, it was hilarious. That movie was horrid. If that's anything like the book, wow. And if you want to learn what you want, well, both with Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey, the best way to learn about those books is pitch meetings from Ryan George. You can go, he's compiled them into one video. That is the best way to learn about these books. Pitch meetings, Ryan George. Look that up. You will thank me for it. He's freaking hilarious. Rich P, anyone that wants to ban books does not understand or actively hates the value of learning. Yes. Ugh. Yori Gibson, loved them. My mom read them to me when I was hooked. My kids loved them. You see, outside of context, knowing that I was talking about Ayn Rand, I'm like, which books? But I'm thinking you're talking about Dr. Seuss. The Wild West. Oh, they were asking for it, apparently. The characters in that book. Ayn Rand's book. Ah, okay. Ugh. Like, that sort of scenes in books happens, but if it's part of the proper narrative, then yeah, and teenagers know about that sort of thing. I remember there was a book that I read in high school that had that sort of scene near the end of it before the next book in the series type thing. If you read Game of Thrones, so within context of the narrative and the story, if it's not gratuitous, if that's not the point of the book, you know, then older teenagers, yeah. Like even when I was grade 9 or something, there was a book and it described the kid was describing masturbation in it and stuff. And it's part of the way of teaching children about those subjects without it being as awkward as the teacher standing up in front of class and saying, so this is what masturbation is, you know. But it's all age appropriate. Rich P, how the hell did Canada get its own Huckabee Sanders? I can see the personality in Danielle Smith. Oh, Yuri Gibson, Left Coalition is the best. It is, yes. All of the attractive people on the left. Because I'm attracted to intelligence. Rich P, actually, it's hilarious they banned Brave New World, but apparently not the Doors of Perception, in which Aldous Huxley avidly encourages the reader to take LSD. LOL. Drugs, okay. So I will be doing another live stream tomorrow to cover the other dockets I didn't get around to today. But, you know, I don't want to be at this for 5 hours each night that I'm doing this. Now let's talk of ice cream. Damn it. I want ice cream now. You see, you can go into Dairy Queen and you can just ask for whichever blizzard you want. You don't need to order off the menu. One time I went into Dairy Queen, they said the grossest blizzard they were ever asked was somebody who was obviously quite drunk and wanted all the condiments in it, like mustard, ketchup, and all the stuff that they would put on their burgers. And apparently he sat down and ate the whole thing. So I have my own custom blizzards that I get when I go in there. And, well, there's two. There's one if I have a little bit extra money and it's something special versus my standard blizzard when I go in, which is still extra. But it's a cookie dough blizzard with double cookie dough and Reese peanut butter cup. So yummy. But when I'm doing the splurge and the special, then what it is the peanut butter brownie one with the ribbon of peanut butter through it. Only instead of brownies, I have them substitute in cookie dough. And it's one of those autistic things, like there's all these other things on, like blizzards I would love to try, but I just never do because I always just like, no, I need my standard. I need my standard. That's it. That's it. I'm not going to have variety. However, if somebody were to just go out and randomly buy me a blizzard and say, here's a blizzard of this flavor, I'd be like, oh, thank you. This is really great. This is really yummy. But I would just never voluntarily get a blizzard that isn't my standard blizzard. B-Cat. Frodo is very handsome indeed, yes. Pup Tetris is saying, aw, to Frodo. Frodo is darling. And her meteorologist did see it. Okay. But yeah, that was just this morning that I took that video. Oh, do you want to come up here too? Come on. No, don't just sit there and scratch the chair. You can come up here. Lefty saying that's love. Yes. Frodo. Basically, there's a relationship in this book between Minuet and her kin, which is basically her type of kid, Raphael. And I'm actually basing their love on my love between me and Frodo. Like, just, you know, it's obviously not romantic or sexual. That would just be wrong. But just a complete, innocent, pure love. And I do love Lanier and Abernathy, but I still hate them sometimes. With the amount of damage and stuff that they do and chewing through cords, and one of them damaged one of my artwork recently, and I'm really upset about it. And I don't even know which one it was that damaged it. Like the actual original drawing of my camels. Even though I tried to put it in a place where they wouldn't get at it, they snuck into the closet. But they've just broken so many things that can't be replaced. Cost money with some of the things that they've chewed through, and I'm just... I want to love them more, but they're making it very difficult. Okay, There you go. You're a bit heavy on the lap, sweetie. Oh. Rich P. LOL. Bring that face closer, human. And sometimes I'll wake up in the morning and Frodo is like right here and his two paws are here and his face is here just staring at me, watching me sleep. Well, the other thing I did learn about Frodo when I took him into the vet is he has put on a little bit of weight, which is good, because he lost way too much weight during his illness. So the fact that he's been able to put on some weight, that's really good. B-Cat, he's so beautiful and looks like a whippersnapper. I would think that cat is half his age if you didn't see him, because I've had old cats before and you would walk in and be like, that's an old cat. But with Frodo, you would never know. He can still jump up on the bed. He's clear-eyed. He's moving around fine. He tussles with his, 2-year-old brothers. Or are they 3 years old now? They just had their birthdays, as in when I adopted them, I think 2 years ago. Okay, so they would both be just over 2 years old. The Wild West, but I still wouldn't ban Ayn Rand either. It's from the sounds of it, that's a good book to have a conversation about and start conversations about politics and things of that sort. I've never read them, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, I don't think so. Kilskin7, I'm a little sad to see Steve Boots leave the space. I talked about that a couple weeks ago on my channel, the week that he left. So you can go back and see it. It was near the end of the live stream that I talked about it because I almost forgot to talk about it, even though it was in the title of the live stream. Kilskun, I'm sorry, I'm going to do this first. Probably at 6 p.m. is when I'll be doing the live stream, because that's after a lot of other live streamers tend to go on. Like if the Vanguard goes on, they usually go on earlier. The Surfs is on earlier. So if I start at 6, that's like wedged in between the Surfs, Vanguard, and later in the evening it's the Letter Hack. So it'll be at 6, and I have stuff to go over, schools, school funding, healthcare, a whole bunch of stuff, Canadian orientated. And I'd be more than happy to talk about the book. B-Cat, anti-intellectual, allows fascism, little to no resistance. Yeah. Critical thinking used to actually be taught in schools. That was a thing, critical thinking. Just like if there's an inappropriate part in a book and it make a student uncomfortable, they know how to skip over a couple pages. Let's see. Paige Larson, I had DQ ice cream cake today. Well, let's talk about ice cream. You guys are torturing me. I want ice cream now, but I'm broke. Oh. Yes. Dairy Queen cookie dough, Kilskin. I have gone as far as getting just a triple cookie dough blizzard. But I like the little bit of variety of double cookie dough and a dose of Reese peanut butter cup. That is so much yummy. Have a good night, Yori Gibson. Looney Tunes 9000 finally breaks in. Hate to break it to you, Matt is taking a break from Monday nights for now. Ah, then I guess I can just go as long as I want on Monday night. The Wild West sending you all the dreams of your favorite ice cream for free. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and hi, Looney Tunes 9000. Nice to see you. Whatever. Let's see. If I go here. Not enough memory to open this page. Damn. Oh, I'm not seeing any books sold. I would have liked to sell one this month. I haven't sold a single book this month. Not of this one or my other secret book. But it is what it is. Of course, when I get my TYT video done, I'll be promoting my book in that. So, but I'm so worried that I'm putting all this work into these TYT videos and it'll get 1,000 views. And the insane amount of work I've put into it. Wow. Like, I don't think you guys comprehend the amount of work that I've been doing solo. Like, that's the thing, it's solo. I don't have people helping me. Well, not entirely true. Hank has helped me find a few clips, but the bulk of it is all me finding these clips and stuff and putting them together. And it is just, you have to be crazy to pull it off, and I am. So Gilskin 7, we're all pretty broke here, I think. Yeah. And that's why if you go to my YouTube page, the video I have posted or pinned to automatically play when you go to it is talking about what it means to become a member of the SandBox, because people can become members of my YouTube channel. And basically I want to make sure that there is one leftist space that is inclusive of everyone, regardless of income. Because there's a lot of leftist channels out there, and I appreciate them, and I'm fans of them, but I feel left out sometimes because I can't afford to be a member, a patron. So I don't get the extra bonuses. I don't get to watch it whenever I want. I don't get to ask the Q&As. Some important videos are put behind paywalls and all this sort of stuff. And I get why they do that, but I just want on my channel to not have that. So nothing related to my channel will be put behind a paywall, because I want this to be a community where everyone feels included regardless of pay. But what becoming a member means and how you help the channel and the bonuses you get is the more members I have, the more financially secure I become. And the more financially secure I become, the less stress I'll have, which means the more content I'll be able to make. So there will be videos and stuff that I'll be able to post that is because of people paying, like patrons and members. And it is because of their generosity that I'd be able to make those videos, but it will be open to everyone. Because I feel like there should be at least one space on the left where everyone has full access to the channel. I'm starting to get tired, so unless somebody buys the book like right now. Also, I have a pain in my knee right now that I need to go get a painkiller for. But Kilskin 7, that's also why, like, I do appreciate it when people send in super chats and stuff like that. I'm not constantly trying to promote it because I know a lot of people who watch my channel are in the same situation as me, and only ever buy my book, become a patron, become a member, or send in a super chat if you have the money. You know, make sure that everything you have, like, it's purely disposable, but if you need something for yourself, take care of yourself first. That is the foremost requirement to sending me any money. You must first make sure that you are taken care of. So while I do ask for help with the vet bills and stuff like that, again, it's only if you can. Only if you can. The Wild West just got 5 gifted memberships. Why, thank you so much. Lots of people got some gifted memberships. Super appreciate that. And yeah. That's you know, because I talk about poverty and disabilities, so the thought that somebody wouldn't be able to watch my content because they live with poverty and disabilities just doesn't make sense to me. But that's why we need a large variety on the left of people with all different backgrounds and class areas and educations and all that sort of stuff, because sometimes it's just different perspectives. But yeah, hoping to build my channel still too, which is tricky. It's tricky. I was mentioning it earlier in the stream that I was actually quite upset with the Vanguard today. Nothing that they did really. It was just, it's frustrating when they're calling out a channel saying it's pithy. They get almost no views. They're nobody. And they have 500 more subscribers than I do, and their videos are getting views like I wish I could get. It's like, I have yet to be on a channel that is bigger than mine. All the shows that I've been on were channels that were smaller than me. And yet a lot of those channels that are smaller than me have been on those channels that are bigger than mine. For some reason, I keep on falling through the cracks with it. And I'm just like, how do you build your channel by yourself when you have no money? Where's my $8,000 a month? Sketchy, dark money liberals. I would absolutely take it. Sure, give me the money. Give me the... I will be your shill. That's the thing. Like, I will fully admit that if anybody offers me the money, I will take it. And then they're going to want a refund really fast. Because it ain't going to change anything I say. And I will call them out for being idiots for sending me the money. Like if some liberal shady corporation is like, we can get Canadian on board with our shady dark money, $8,000 a month. Let's start giving them some money so that they can get on board with the Democrats. And start promoting the Democrats from Canada, because Canada's like a socialist country. So if they're promoting the Democrats, then that gives it extra credence. So let's this LeftoftheBox channel. Let's send her lots of money. I'd be like, absolutely, send me the money. And once the check clears, so this greedy corporation, this shady corporation, sent me money thinking that this would actually have any sort of sway for me. It's pretty much how it would go. I'm broke. I'll take the money, but I ain't going to perform for you. Well, Wes says I already have the book, but I want to support you. I thank you. Yes, I remember sending you the book because Amazon is stupid or non-existent right now in Quebec. And I super appreciate it. Looney Tunes 9000, cough cough, TYT. It's interesting how the Leftist, TYT, has on their channel Brian Taylor Cohen, David Pakman, and how Cenk will go on their channels. It's the Leftist channels. He loves to claim that he's going on. No, it's funny how that happens. Politics Girl is technically Canadian. Brian Taylor Cohen is technically Canadian. Did you guys not know that? Hermeteorologist, I'm on disability too, but I can still work from home as a watchmaker, so a bit extra this month. That sounds fascinating. A watchmaker? That's so cool. I don't think I've met a watchmaker before. As somebody with like OCD and ADHD, that would be probably a very satisfying job. Like if you have to like do the gears and all that sort of stuff, that would probably be a super satisfying job if you're like obsessive compulsive and stuff. One of my dream jobs would be to work in Ottawa at the Mint. That's where they make coins. And there's this one like refrigerated room where they sit in and they're examining coins for perfection. And I'm like, how do I get this job? Because that would be like my dream job. Just let me put on some music and look and examine these coins for perfection. I'm like, oh my God, this is a job. This is like a dream. Oh. Rich P, it's funny how those slots used to be TMR and Kyle. Yeah. I will be pointing that out in my essay, how, you know, how the relationships have soured with certain groups of people recently. Looney Tunes, you mean Brian Taylor Cohen? Yes, he's Canadian. How did you guys not know that? He said it once, like a long time ago or something. Let me just double check to make sure I'm not giving you false information. So he is an American YouTuber, but I believe he was like Canadian to begin with. Education. Come on. Said it was Canadian somewhere. There's like almost nothing on his Wikipedia page. On February 25th, 2022, Cohen became the first YouTuber, creator, podcaster to interview U.S. President Joe Biden. I think he's American now, but he was born Canadian. But it doesn't say where he was born in this. Yeah, his Wikipedia page is like empty, so I can't say for sure. But I swear he has said that he's Canadian. Like born Canadian. He has an IMDb page? Nothing on his IMDb page about it. Hermeteorologist and a clockmaker. That would be interesting. I know he's American now. Huh, that's interesting. There's like almost no information on him. But I am fairly certain he has said that he was born Canadian. Sorry, I'm just trying to look this up. There's like almost no information on him. Eh. Well, you guys can hold my feet to the fire if I'm wrong about it, but I am fairly certain he has said that he was born Canadian. One of those secret Canadian types. I think he might have actually said it on TYT. Yes, watchmaking is an outdated skill, but super interesting and needed. I like those types of skills, you know. They should never go away, but unfortunately they will in the future and stuff. But it's just getting handcrafted anything is the best. It's like I know people who make furniture, and it's just like if I had the money to get like custom furniture, that would be amazing. Bobby, did you see BTC was on Club Random with Bill Maher? Her meteorologist, yeah, I have odd ADHD and it's really satisfying. That would make sense. Yeah. The reference frame makes sense. Canadian grifters go to the US, bigger, easier population of dupes. For the most part, yeah, that's exactly why we have a lot of Bobby is saying no, Brian Taylor Coe is not Canadian. He's born American, progressive, political commentator, host YouTuber. He's born and raised in the United States. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Could have swore he said he was Canadian somewhere. Or maybe one of his parents is Canadian? Oh. That type of thing tends to stick in my head when I hear that. Looney Tunes, did they say that on TYT? If they did, they're absolutely wrong. They're completely wrong, yeah. I am obsessive, but I'm not going to go back through TYT's history and see if he's been making appearances on TYT and has mentioned somewhere that he's Canadian in one of those videos. It's not like I'm looking up the TYT YouTube channel right now.
Every day, the young...
Don't autoplay. Spell his name. It'd be from a while ago. You see, something that makes these searches a lot easier is you can open the transcripts and just do a word search. Sorry, I just saw Ben Glebe on. Ben Glebe and Tyler and BTC on the same episode? Oh, that is a horrible combination. Sorry, this is what happens when I'm doing research for my YouTube, for my TYT video, is this type of thing happens where I was like, I think I heard this thing once upon a time, and then I go searching for it, and then I get totally fixated on trying to find it. He's not in any of the thumbnails. That's weird. Anyway, I don't need to be doing this right now. It's bugging me. I'm fairly certain I've heard it. So it would have had to be from a while ago. Oh, and then it might not be in a clip. It might be when they were talking in between clips type thing. So, yeah. Anyway. The Wild West, Brian and father's mother, name not known. He's kept his family information private. Okay, well, if I ever come across that clip, then I'll have to make sure I clip it to prove that's like, see, he said he was Canadian once. Damn it. It is really bugging me. That's part of my problem with doing these videos is I can recall things that were said, but have no time reference for them even. And then trying to find certain videos, because sometimes it's like, I remember I saw this one tweet once, and then I'll try searching for it, but I can't remember if that tweet was from like 2 months ago or 4 years ago. And sometimes I can't even remember the context around it. I just remember like a phrase or something of that sort. But, you know, working on the TYT video, it's that type of obsession kind of comes in handy. Don't you autoplay? It's autoplaying, but I muted it for you guys. Let's see. I'm just looking on his channel for the keyword Canada because it bugs me. Because that's the thing. Maybe I didn't see it on TYT. Maybe I saw it on his channel once when I was watching a video of his. Because I think I've watched a couple, but I never really stuck on them. But it would have had to be from at least, I guess, 3 years ago, because I don't recall watching anything recently. Anyway, I don't need to do, there's nothing, it's not like I need to do this. Nobody cares, really. Like, I wish that there was a way to just go to a YouTube channel and click on history of what you have seen on that channel. That would help my searches with stuff so much. For some of the things that I've been looking for. Anyway, I'm starting to get pooped. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't need to be looking it up. I don't need to be trying to look it up right now. Let's check my Amazon. Why, thank you. I don't know what your name is in the SandBox, but thank you so much. I don't want to say your name on here. I just got a direct deposit from someone to help out with Frodo's vet bill. Super appreciate that. Wow, thank you. But I don't know who you are in the SandBox, and I'm not going to say your real name. Wow, that's super generous. I really appreciate that. I should show more videos of Frodo. Anyway, oh. But let's see. I will show you. Why don't I just show you guys this? So you know for sure that I'm not lying about working on the video. This is the video editing screen. And so these are all the different montages and stuff that I've kind of put together. All right, there's that, you know, he's complaining about Francesca calling him something, but meanwhile, he referred to a whole bunch of leftists as assholes. Yeah. So, this is a lot of the work that I've been putting into it. And so over here, that's over an hour and 40 minutes. But none of this includes my dialogue, my scripted parts that are going into it. And some of these are just tweets that I'm going over. That's me telling me this is a break, and then I move on to other things. So it's all done in different sections and stuff. And I'm hiding the name of one of the people that was originally involved because I don't think they don't need the attention, because it's not about him either. This is the bit about David Dole. Remember when he was on No Filter? Remember when he was on the main show? He was happy about it. Remember when he had that hair? Bobby David Pacman was born on February 2nd, 1984 in Buenos Aires, Argentina. At the age of 5, he immigrated to the United States with his family and grew up in Northampton, Massachusetts. You know a lot about these people. I'm afraid to ask you what my biography is. This is an important part. But yeah, whoever sent me the e-transfer, super appreciate it. Frodo is my world. He really is. That was the first time I went into debt that I didn't freak out, was his original vet bills and stuff. Because normally going into debt is like a triggering thing for me, actually. But for him, yeah. Oh. Okay, let's see. Rich P, wait, if Cenk is going on those programs and he's funded by Polymarket, does that mean their money is Polymarket? He's not funded by Polymarket anymore, just to be clear. Bobby, did you know that Cenk was in the movie contract? Okay, you're autistic, aren't you? Just remembering all these facts about people and stuff. Looney Tunes, that's the David Dole I don't know of. Back when he had hair? Well, he still has hair, but he used to have hair. Well, Cenk is technically, yeah, Mad as Hell is the documentary movie about Cenk's rise to TYT, so there's that. But, oh, he was in the movie Contact? What? No. With Jodie Foster? No. No. No way. No way. Oh, Cenk does have an IMDb page. And then there's Mad as Hell. It's not on his IMDb page. But there are some interesting things on his IMDb page that you put me down a rabbit hole. Thank you. Kevin Sorbo opens up about sexual assault? What? Why is this on his IMDb page? It's just a video, like a clip, I think. Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur discuss the problem of men, gay and straight, abusing their power in Hollywood and the fashion industry. I think this is just a clip. Why is it on the page? I don't get it. What is going on? What is the mobile OVO? He played himself in it. You are doing bad things to me at this time of night. Anyway, it would be a very, very small part, as in you would have to read the end credits of the movie in order to see it, and he'd be the second last person, I would imagine. He was a reporter? Yeah. Looney Tunes, no, I meant when David Dole used to yell in his videos. I don't remember that. The reference frame. I get AI Carney ads on YouTube. Anyway, I should probably get going. Just check one more time. I guess I sold no books in August. Well, next month I'll sell more. Probably should have remembered to say that at the beginning of my live stream. Anyway. You all know the routine. I need to go because the pain in my leg is getting worse, and it keeps on doing that until I take an aspirin, so I need to do that. But tomorrow, 6 p.m., I'll be doing the live stream to get to all the news I didn't cover today, which is a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, it should be illegal to have AI ads of political leaders, the Wild West. It's actually something about that I was going to cover in the news about, you know, politicians having to be honest. One of my biggest pet peeves is that they're allowed to lie to the public about their campaigns and stuff. Anyway, yeah, I gotta go. My knee is hurting me, so I need to take some painkillers and eat food. Yeah. I've been sitting here all day, so. But tomorrow, 6 p.m., I'll be doing another live stream. So you know the routines. Thank you, everyone coming out. Thank you, mods. Thank you, people who have helped out financially in any way whatsoever. Super appreciate all of it. And thank you for watching. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.